Hey there! Tonight you'll step into a world of gold and shadow. A palace of towering columns and whispered intrigue where the fate of a queen rests on more than beauty or birth. You'll live the life of an ancient Egyptian queen, from the moment you first wear the crown, to the quiet struggles behind the throne, to the careful preparations for a legacy that may outlast the sands of time. You'll face rival queens, jealous priests, uncertain alliances, and the unsettling truth that even goddesses are not safe. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from, and what time it is right now. It's strangely comforting to see who else is out there drifting off to the same quiet story. So, dim the lights. Let a soft fan hum in the background. Settle in. And let's begin with the rise of a queen. Imagine a land of sun-drenched stone and shimmering river reeds, where the great Nile slices through the desert like a living god, where gold glints beneath linen veils and the scent of blue lotus drifts through towering palace halls. You are in ancient Egypt, not as a faceless peasant, nor even as one of the ever-bickering scribes. Number today, your fate is sealed with coal-lined eyes and a crown of lapis lazuli. You are to become great royal wife, Queen of Egypt, consort to the living god upon the throne. It is, as they say, an honour. Though whether you will still feel so honoured by the end of your days is another matter entirely. From the moment the high priest's messenger arrived at your family villa with trembling voice and sealed papyrus scroll, your life has been spinning faster than the potter's wheel. Your father, a nobleman of the court, one of the few who might have hoped for such a match, nearly choked on his pomegranate wine. Your mother wept tears that seemed part pride, part dread. You yourself? You smiled, because that is what one does. Inside, a strange knot began to twist beneath your ribs, a knot that even the finest perfumed oils cannot soothe. And so here you are, carried aloft upon a gilded litter borne by 6 of the Pharaoh's finest soldiers, your linen robes trailing like a river of light behind you. The streets of Thebes swarm with onlookers, their voices rising in a wave of acclamation. Or is it curiosity? They shout your name, though many do not know your face. They know only that today a new queen will be crowned. And perhaps, privately, they know too that such queens do not always remain queens for long. The great temple of Karnak looms ahead, colossal columns thick as cedar trunks, each etched with the exploits of kings long dust. The air hums with incense and anticipation. As your litter is lowered before the towering gates, you feel the first flutter of real fear. Once you pass through, there is no turning back. You are met by the high priest, an ancient figure so gaunt he seems to have been carved by the same artisans who built these walls. His smile is thin as papyrus. "Come, daughter of Egypt," he intones, voice echoing through the stone. It is time. You follow him beneath the massive lintels, feet bare upon cool alabaster tiles. Ahead, the inner sanctuary shimmers with lamplight. Statues of Isis and Hathor gaze down upon you, serene and pitiless. Here, the rights of queenship will bind you to the throne, and to all that comes with it. The coronation ritual is long, deliberate, and thick with meaning. You are washed in sacred water, drawn from the Nile at dawn. You are anointed with oils whose recipes are known only to the temple's innermost circle, oils meant to confer not just physical beauty, but spiritual protection. Your eyelids are darkened with kohl to ward off the evil eye. Your lips stained with red ochre, symbol of life. You are clad in robes of finest linen, embroidered with the royal uraeus, the rearing cobra that marks divine authority. It is a serpent that offers no comfort. And then, the moment, the great crown of the queen is brought forth, gleaming with gold and semi-precious stones. The high priest lifts it high above your bowed head, his voice solemn as he declares you great royal wife of the two lands. The crown settles upon your brow with surprising weight. You resist the urge to shift beneath it. At that moment, the doors to the sanctuary swing wide. A trumpet sounds. You emerge once more into the blinding sun, the air thick with cheering and flower petals. But though you smile and wave as trained, already your mind is elsewhere. You know the stories. Every girl at court whispers them beneath embroidered fans. How queens have risen to command armies, to guide kings, even to rule in their own right. And how they have been poisoned, betrayed, erased from memory as though they had never been. There was Nefertari, beloved of Ramses the Great, whose face still gazes serene from her tomb, yet whose life was marked by bitter rivalry within the palace. There was Nefertiti, queen beside the heretic king Akhenaten, whose very fate remains an enigma. Some say she ruled after him, others that she was cast aside. And there was the formidable Hatshepsut, who seized the throne itself, and whose stepson later chiselled her name from monuments in furious retribution. Such is the double-edged sword of queenship in Egypt. For all the silks and perfumes, the days spent drifting through shaded colonnades or presiding over temple rites, the queen walks a knife's edge, too visible, and she courts jealousy. Too passive, and she invites replacement. Producing an heir may secure her place, or simply paint a target upon her back. And the harem? Ah, the harem. You have not yet set foot within it, but already you know its whispered reputation. A gilded prison where royal wives and concubines jostle for influence, their children pawns in a game older than the pyramids. There, poison is a language as fluent as gossip. Favours are won not with smiles, but with alliances. The queen reigns supreme, or so it seems, until the day she does not. Yet for now, outwardly at least, the world is yours. You are presented to the court in a grand ceremony within the palace's pillared audience hall. The pharaoh himself, a living god in gold and lapis, eyes outlined in kohl, takes your hand before the assembled nobles. His grip is warm, firm, his smile unreadable. Together you stand before the throne of Horus. Together you receive the acclamation of the court. Yet beneath the ceremony's splendour lies another truth. From this day forth, your life is no longer your own. Your days will begin with ritual ablutions, washed in Nile water and anointed anew. You will preside over festivals and offerings, your image paraded before the people as living embodiment of Isis. You will dine in halls of gilded reliefs, where servants move in silence and every glance is weighed for hidden meaning. You will attend councils, your voice measured carefully, too forceful, and you risk seeming grasping, too meek, and you invite dismissal. At night, within your private chambers, you may gaze upon the moonlit courtyards and wonder how many of your predecessors once stood in this very place, dreaming of freedom. The servants who dress your hair and pour your wine know better than to speak of such things. But in their eyes, perhaps, you catch a flicker of understanding. And then there is the matter of an heir. For all a queen's titles and honours, this is the role upon which her true power rests. A male child secures the dynasty, cements your place beside the king. Yet childbirth is perilous. Many a royal wife has gone to the tomb in pursuit of this duty. Amulets will be placed beneath your mattress, spells whispered over your swelling belly. Physicians will hover, their remedies a curious blend of wisdom and superstition. Should the child be a girl, well, you will try again. And should you bear a boy, rejoicing, yes, and a subtle sharpening of daggers among the court's rival factions. The life of a queen is not a fairy tale of happy endings. It is a tale of survival, of playing the long game beneath a veneer of divine favour. For every Hatshepsut who rose to rule, there were 10 whose names are lost, their sarcophagi empty, their portraits defaced. But there is power too. With patience, wit, and a keen sense of timing, a queen may shape the destiny of Egypt from behind the throne. She may command armies through her son, sway the priesthood, forge alliances that outlive her rivals. The wise queens do not reach for power too soon, nor wait too long. And so, as the sun sets upon this day of days, you sit within the palace's perfumed inner chambers, your crown newly polished, your fingers stained faintly with henna. The court musicians play softly beyond the screened doorway. The king dines elsewhere tonight, no doubt consulting with his viziers or inspecting temple plans. You sip date wine from a chalice shaped like a lotus. Sweet, yes, but laced with the bittersweet taste of all that lies ahead. You are great royal wife of Egypt, adored, envied, watched from all sides. Behind the silks and gold lies a simple truth. Here, power and peril are one and the same. Sleep well, queen, while you still can. Morning comes not with a gentle nudge, but with the deliberate chime of bronze bells in the dark. You are awake before the first blush of sun gilds the horizon, before even the acolytes have swept the sand from the temple courtyards. The queen must be seen, polished, radiant, otherworldly, before the realm itself stirs. In the stillness of your private chambers, carved cedar screens filter the early light. The air is cool and sweet with lotus and frankincense, for servants have spent the better part of the night burning cones of resin to ensure that no foul spirit lingers come dawn. One can never be too careful, especially when so many around you would delight in your misstep or your sudden absence. A quiet tap at the door signals the arrival of your handmaidens. They enter in perfect silence, their linen robes whispering against the polished stone. The tallest carries a silver basin filled with Nile water and petals of blue lotus. The youngest, a fresh robe spun from linen so fine it is said to be fit for the goddess Hathor herself. Another bears the precious jars, oils of myrrh and cinnamon, sacred unguents meant to anoint the queen and protect her from both harm and blemish. You are guided to the ceremonial bath, an alabaster pool inlaid with turquoise. The water is cold at first, a reminder that even divine skin must endure its earthly trials. Hands smooth and sure cleanse away the oils of the previous day, tracing each limb with practiced reverence. It is not a task performed for comfort, but for symbolism. To remain pure, to remain worthy in the eyes of the gods and of Egypt, one must be reborn with every sunrise. Once dried and wrapped in linen, you are seated before a low mirror of polished copper. Here the transformation begins. Coal is ground fresh, blended with malachite for its vivid green sheen. Not merely cosmetic, but protective, shielding the eyes from the sun's harsh glare and the ever-watchful gaze of rivals. Lips are tinted with ochre, cheeks with a subtle dusting of rouge. A queen must never appear fatigued, no matter the burdens she carries, or the sleepless nights spent listening for the scrape of sandals in the corridor. Then comes the hair, an elaborate ritual unto itself. Though your natural tresses are healthy, they are supplemented with strands of imported hair, woven skillfully to achieve the desired length and volume. Some strands may well have been clipped from the heads of foreign captives, a thought you wisely keep to yourself. As the final ornament, a broad collar of gold and faience is clasped about your neck. You glance at the figure in the mirror. Is this still you, beneath the layers of artifice? A fleeting thought. Queens do not indulge in such luxuries as self-reflection. By the time the temple bells toll the first hour, you're ready to face the day. Your appearance must suggest a woman untouched by mortal concerns, serene, gracious, above the petty dramas of court life. Of course, beneath this polished exterior lies a mind that cannot afford a moment's rest. You are not alone in the palace, not by a long measure. It is a world unto itself, a maze of columned halls and sun-dappled courtyards, vast enough to house an army of courtiers, scribes, priests, and artisans. Within these walls pulse the hidden currents of power and intrigue. Your chief rival may greet you with a smile at this morning's offering ceremony, a smile that does not reach her coal-darkened eyes. She, too, knows that every gesture, every glance is part of an unspoken game. To falter is to invite whispers. To stumble is to risk everything. The harem, though called such, is no mere den of idle pleasure. It is a complex political engine, its chambers echoing with the laughter of children who may one day rise to challenge the line of succession. Among the king's wives and favoured concubines, alliances are forged in secret, loyalties shift with the desert wind. The wise queen learns quickly to cultivate both friends and informants, and to trust neither. There are rituals to attend this morning. The Opet festival draws near, and preparations consume the palace. You will be expected to appear before the high priest of Amun, to offer rich garments and rare spices in the name of divine harmony. A minor ceremony, some might say, but one that offers a stage upon which influence is measured. The queen whose offerings gleam brightest, whose comportment seems most blessed, will find her star rising. And so you glide through the halls, trailing a faint scent of rose and cinnamon. The lesser wives bow low as you pass, their eyes carefully averted. Yet you feel the weight of their gazes upon your back the moment you move beyond sight. In the temple, beneath towering papyrus columns painted in vibrant hues, you kneel before the god's image. Priests chant in ancient tongues as you place your offerings upon the altar. Silks from Byblos, lapis from far-off Afghanistan, unguents crafted by the palace's finest perfumers. Every gift is a message, not only to the gods, but to those who watch from the shadows. As the ritual concludes, you catch the eye of one of the king's chief advisors. He inclines his head with a subtle smile, a gesture of deference, or a warning. One must always wonder. By midday, you are summoned to the Queen's council chamber, a rare privilege granted only to those of highest rank. Here you will hear reports from the palace stewards, matters concerning the granaries, the textile workshops, the progress of temple construction. Dry subjects perhaps, but each a thread in the greater tapestry of power. Your decisions must be swift, yet careful. Approve too many requests, and you risk appearing weak. Deny them all, and the whispers of tyranny will begin anew. You walk a careful line, each word weighed as though it were gold upon a scale. Among the day's matters is news from the workers' village near Deir el-Medina. An illness has swept through the sculptor's quarter, delaying work upon your future tomb. A trivial concern to some, but you know better. The tomb is more than a resting place. It is your insurance against oblivion. The artisans will receive additional rations and amulets for protection. A wise investment. Afternoon brings a quieter respite, though never one entirely free of duty. You dine in a shaded loggia, a breeze stirring the embroidered silks that veil the arches. Servants present delicacies, honey cakes, roast duck, figs dripping with nectar. You eat sparingly, as is expected of one so elevated. A queen must never appear greedy. Indulgence is for the lesser sort. As you sip cool barley beer from a slender goblet, a trusted handmaiden kneels beside you with whispered news. A new consort has arrived from the northern provinces, young, beautiful, and gifted with a voice said to rival the songbirds of the Nile. Already she has caught the king's eye. You smile, a gesture as polished as the alabaster columns that surround you, and you begin to consider your next move. Later, beneath the shadow of the palace's western wing, you visit the royal nursery. The children greet you with wide eyes and eager laughter. Here, among these innocent faces, the true future of Egypt stirs. You kneel to kiss the brow of your son, a prince yet too young to grasp the weight of the crown that may one day rest upon his head. You will teach him, in time, the art of ruling and surviving. Evening falls with a golden hush. The palace grows quieter, though within its stone heart the wheels of intrigue never cease their turning. You retreat to your private apartments, where oil lamps flicker against painted walls depicting lotus and papyrus, symbols of eternal life. There is yet one final duty, a private audience with the king. You are summoned to the inner chamber, where incense curls in lazy spirals beneath the gilded ceiling. The king greets you with the measured affection of a man who must divide his time among many. Your words are chosen with care, your gaze demure yet knowing. You are queen, but you are also counselor, diplomat, enchantress. The roles shift as swiftly as the Nile's current. When at last you return to your bedchamber, the moon rides high above the palace. You sit for a time beneath the open lattice work, watching its pale light shimmer upon the stone below. In this quiet hour, the trappings of queenship feel both distant and suffocating. For all the silks and jewels, all the deference and titles, the palace is a cage, one wrought not of iron, but of expectation and vigilance. A single misstep, a whispered rumour, and the queen may find herself cast from its heights to its darkest depths. Yet you are here. You remain. And tomorrow, as the bronze bells chime once more, you will rise again to meet the day's challenges with the grace and cunning that have brought you this far. For such is the life of a queen in ancient Egypt. A dance upon the blade's edge, cloaked in beauty and peril alike. There is a single truth in the palace, that all queens, whether newly crowned or silver-haired with experience, understand from the moment they first pass beneath its painted lintels. Your value lies not in your beauty, nor in your wisdom, nor even in the favour of the king. It lies in your womb. You are great royal wife, yes. But if you cannot produce an heir, and preferably a male heir, your days in these gilded halls may be numbered. No one says it aloud, of course. Court etiquette forbids such crassness. Instead, the expectation settles upon your shoulders like the heavy, broad collar you wear at every ceremony, a constant weight, at once ornamental and oppressive. Already the whispers have begun. You hear them between the polished pillars, where handmaidens exchange knowing glances. You see it in the eyes of the lesser wives and concubines, who watch your every step with thinly veiled anticipation. 1 month has passed since your coronation, then 2. The court astrologers mark the movements of the stars with increasing scrutiny, as if they might coax a royal conception from the heavens themselves. And so begins the most delicate and dangerous chapter of your queenship. It is no simple matter of nature taking its course. No, in Egypt, where the lines between the mortal and divine blur with every sunrise, even the act of producing an heir is shrouded in ritual and superstition. You are bathed in sacred waters drawn at dawn, infused with petals of lotus and fragments of lapis. Priests recite incantations over your garments, your bed, your very breath. Amulets are strung beneath your linen shift, the eye of Horus to guard against miscarriage, the ankh for life, the frog-headed goddess Heket, midwife of the gods, to ensure safe delivery. Physicians, whose knowledge is equal parts herbal remedy and hopeful guesswork, prescribe strange concoctions, dates soaked in beer and honey, ground pomegranate mixed with frankincense, the occasional live fish, yes, live, pressed gently against the belly to divine the likelihood of conception. One must keep a straight face through such rituals. After all, queens are not afforded the luxury of skepticism. And the king? He too is aware of the stakes, though his attention is divided among many chambers, many women. Still, he dutifully appears when summoned, the union of king and queen being not merely a private affair, but a reenactment of cosmic creation itself. The priests say that in your embrace you embody Isis and Osiris, restoring the divine balance of the land. You try to think of this as you gaze up at painted stars on the ceiling, willing your body to cooperate. When at last the signs of pregnancy appear, a mist moon, a flutter in the belly, the court erupts in barely concealed relief. Musicians play in the courtyards, offerings are made at the temples. You are showered with gifts, fine linens, perfumed oils, and statuettes of Taweret, the hippo goddess of childbirth, her toothy grin meant to ward off evil. But celebration soon gives way to caution, for childbirth, even in the palace, is fraught with peril. The annals of Egyptian history are replete with queens who entered the birthing chamber as goddesses and left it not at all. You are moved to special apartments near the temple of Hathor, patroness of motherhood and joy. Here, midwives attend you day and night, their weathered faces betraying both experience and unspoken concern. The floor is strewn with woven reeds and soft mats, the air thick with incense. One corner of the room is reserved for offerings, dates, honey, and the occasional small figurine of a crocodile, a nod to Sobek, whose protective ferocity is invoked at such times. You might wonder at this eclectic collection of guardians, but when faced with the shadow of death, one cannot be too selective in seeking allies. As the months progress, the court holds its breath. The Queen's pregnancy is no private matter. Every noble, every servant, every soldier watches for signs of progress and of danger. Should you miscarry, the blow to your standing would be immediate, perhaps irreversible. Such was the fate of many a royal wife. History whispers of queens quietly dismissed, their names stricken from records after a series of failed pregnancies. Others fared worse, poisoned by rivals eager to clear the path for their own offspring. One cannot overlook the tale of Queen Mutnejmet, wife of the usurper Horemheb, whose repeated miscarriages were immortalized in temple reliefs, and who vanished from a court soon after. Even a successful birth is no guarantee of lasting security, for if the child is female, the court's rejoicing will be muted, the king's gaze perhaps already drifting to younger, more promising consorts. Should the child be male, the stakes rise immeasurably. When your time comes, the palace enters a hush, broken only by the rhythmic chants of the midwives. You kneel upon birthing bricks, inscribed with spells of protection, gripping amulets so tightly that their impressions remain upon your palms long after. It is said that queens do not cry out, that they bear the ordeal with the stoic grace befitting a living goddess. In truth, the stone walls of your chamber have heard many royal screams, though none are recorded in the official annals. At last, a cry pierces the incense-laden air, not yours, but that of a newborn, a boy. The news spreads like wildfire through the palace. Bells ring out from Karnak. Priests light great fires upon the riverbanks. The queen has borne a prince. The dynasty is secured, for now. But this victory is tempered by reality. You know that even royal infants are not immune to the frailties of flesh. The child is swaddled in the finest linens, placed beneath protective amulets, and watched by wet nurses whose loyalty has been vetted a dozen times over. A single misstep, a single drop of poison slipped into milk, and the triumph of today could become tomorrow's morning. You must be vigilant. Already factions within the palace shift and realign. The mother of the next in line is a powerful force, but also a target. One need only recall the fate of Queen Tia's daughter, murdered in infancy amid court intrigue, her name deliberately forgotten by the chroniclers. Even as you recover, your duties resume. You appear at public ceremonies, the infant prince cradled in your arms beneath a canopy of ostrich feathers. Statues are commissioned in your likeness, inscriptions proclaiming you mother of the god's son. Yet in the shadows, rival eyes glitter with envy. For queens in Egypt, there is no true rest. Having secured your position with an heir, you must now defend it with equal fervour. The harem buzzes with fresh schemes. The lesser wives whose sons must now vie for favour redouble their efforts. The old games resume, more dangerous than before. You attend council meetings with the king, your presence a subtle reminder of your new standing. You cultivate alliances among the priests and the nobility, ensuring that should calamity strike, as it so often does, you have the means to protect both yourself and your son. In private moments, you gaze upon the sleeping child with a mixture of fierce love and cold calculation. This tiny, squirming creature is your greatest triumph and your greatest liability. To raise a future pharaoh is to walk a perilous path, one where each tutor, each nursemaid must be scrutinized, each playmate considered a potential threat. And should the king take another great royal wife, not unheard of should you fall from favour, your task will become even harder. The court has long memories and short loyalties. One must never grow complacent. In time, if fortune favours you, your son will grow strong and wise. You will guide him through a labyrinth of palace politics, teaching him whom to trust and whom to watch with smiling suspicion. And if the gods are truly kind, you may one day witness him ascend the throne, the double crown resting upon his brow. But that day is far off. For now you remain within the palace's painted cage, every breath a measured act of survival. You have borne an heir. The court's favour is yours. The songs of the priests praise your name. Yet beneath the gold and incense, the game has only just begun. For in Egypt, a queen's worth must be proved anew with each passing moon. To fade from the king's favour, to bear no further children, to falter in the ceaseless dance of courtly intrigue, is to risk the most chilling fate of all, erasure. And so, as the sun sets beyond the desert horizon, you cradle your son beneath the flickering light of oil lamps. You sing softly, an ancient lullaby older than the pyramids themselves. Yet your gaze is not fixed upon the sleeping child alone. It shifts, now and then, toward the shadows that gather at the chamber's edge. For a queen of Egypt, the night is never truly still, and the game is never truly over. The palace is vast. Towering stone colonnades stretch into cool shadowed corridors. Gardens bloom in neat geometric rows, where papyrus rustles in the breeze, and fountains murmur beneath the gaze of carved lions. Courtiers bow and drift past in linen and gold. From a distance, it looks serene, a world ordered and harmonious, as befits the heart of the greatest civilization on earth. Step a little closer, though. Listen beyond the tinkling of harps and the solemn drone of priestly chants. There is another current running through this place, one not spoken of in the official inscriptions. The palace breathes intrigue, and within its breath it whispers one eternal truth. You are never alone. You are great royal wife, mother of a prince, and that makes you a prize target. Around you swirl the other women of the royal household, secondary wives, concubines, foreign princesses sent as diplomatic gifts, and their formidable retinues of ladies-in-waiting and ambitious relatives. Each one has a stake in the unspoken game, and many will not hesitate to play it boldly. There is no official map to this web of rivalries. You must learn its paths and pitfalls through experience, instinct, and trusted spies, though trust itself is a rare and fragile commodity. Even the servants who anoint your brow with sacred oils may carry news of your private moments to ears you'd rather not imagine. By custom, the king's harem occupies a separate quarter of the palace, a walled enclave of luxurious apartments, gardens and pavilions. Here, many of the royal wives and concubines reside when not summoned to court or to the king's side. In theory, it is a space of beauty and refinement. Music lessons, embroidery, poetry recitations beneath the shade of date palms. In practice, it is a simmering crucible of ambition. You walk the paths of these gardens with measured grace, always with attendants, of course. A queen is never seen wandering alone. That would invite gossip. And gossip here is more dangerous than any serpent lurking in the reeds. There are faces you greet with carefully polite words, eyes you meet with a bland smile that conceals your watchfulness. You know the histories. Nefertari, beloved queen of Ramses the Great, ruled the harem like a goddess in flesh. Yet even she faced the unending rivalry of Isay, a secondary wife whose own son would eventually inherit the throne. The two women vied not only for the king's affection, but for the shaping of Egypt's future. Their courtiers manoeuvred behind silken screens. Their allies whispered in temple halls. At Nefertari's death, her tomb was vandalized. Whether by jealous rivals or the cold hand of courtly politics, none can say. What remains today is both splendid and wounded. You think of such stories often now. They serve as both warning and inspiration. Each new arrival to the palace, each young concubine with eyes like polished obsidian, each foreign princess with her father's promises and her mother's cunning, is a potential threat. The king's heart is easily turned, as history has shown time and again. Queens have been set aside for less than a careless glance at the wrong banquet. Even sisters are not immune to this game. Consider Cleopatra the Seventh, the last and most famous of Egypt's queens. In a world no less treacherous than yours, she eliminated her own siblings to secure the throne. Her brother husband Ptolemy the 13th was drowned in the Nile after their bitter civil war. Her younger sister Arsinoe was paraded through Rome and later executed at Cleopatra's request. It is a grim reminder that in matters of power, blood offers little protection. You take tea today in one of the palace's shaded gardens, the sandstone walls hung with woven garlands. A small gathering of royal women has been arranged, ostensibly to celebrate the upcoming Opet festival. In reality, it is a subtle test of alliances. The Queen's tea, like all things here, carries its risks. The palace kitchens are well guarded, the chief cupbearer loyal to you, or so he says. Yet poison need not be crude to be effective. A tincture that clouds the mind, a powder that weakens resolve, a slow-acting venom masked by sweet honeyed dates. You sip carefully, smile lightly. The cup never leaves your sight. Conversations drift around you. A young concubine boasts of her skill with the harp. Another praises the king's latest hunting exploits. All harmless on the surface. But beneath the words flow subtle currents of status and intent. Every compliment is a probe, every glance a calculation. One of the lesser wives leans forward, her eyes gleaming. "Your son grows strong, my queen. I hear he bested his tutor in wrestling last week." A harmless comment, or a veiled threat. To draw attention to your son is to draw attention to the ambitions that circle him like vultures. "He is a child," you reply smoothly. "He enjoys his games." You shift the topic with practiced ease, asking after the health of her daughter. To accept flattery is dangerous. To appear defensive, fatal. Such exchanges are endless, their stakes invisible to the casual observer. Many queens of old failed to master them and paid dearly. Queen Ankhein, widow of Tutankhamun, sought alliance with a foreign prince to secure her safety. A bold move that ended with her vanishing from the record. Was she betrayed by a rival? Silenced by the priests? No one knows. Even now, you must wonder which smiles around you conceal knives. The old adage holds true. A quiet tea in the garden can be more dangerous than a battlefield. Your allies are few, and must be cultivated with care. A trusted lady-in-waiting whose family owes you loyalty. A eunuch whose discretion has been purchased with gold and promises. A priestess whose whispered prayers carry double meanings. You build your network slowly, patiently, for haste invites exposure. Yet alliances shift. Friendships sour. Today's confidant may be tomorrow's betrayer. The palace records are rich with such cautionary tales. In quieter moments, you walk among the statues of past queens. their faces serene in alabaster or painted with fading pigments, offer no counsel. Yet their stories linger. You think of Tiye, wife of Amenhotep III, who wielded immense influence and corresponded with foreign kings, yet whose legacy was nearly eclipsed by the rise of Akhenaten and his religious upheaval. You think of Hatshepsut, who dared to rule as king, donning the false beard of Pharaoh. For years she outmaneuvered her rivals, until her memory was almost entirely erased by the jealous Thutmose III. Such are the lessons you must heed. Power is never given freely. It is seized, defended, and, if one is wise, relinquished only at death. As evening falls, the gathering disperses. Courtiers retreat to their quarters. Musicians pack away their lyres. You linger a moment beneath the stars, the scent of jasmine thick in the air. A new note arrives by the hand of a trusted servant, unsigned, of course. It speaks of a foreign envoy scheduled to arrive in secret tomorrow, bearing gifts for one of the king's newer favourites. Another ripple in the pond, another game to watch. You retire to your chambers, where attendants remove your ornaments and unbraid your hair. In the quiet, you allow yourself a moment of reflection. The palace is beautiful, yes, but it is no sanctuary. It is an arena, one of subtle wars and shifting alliances. Each day is a contest of wit and will, where the stakes are survival and legacy. You share this palace with rivals. And while you walk its painted halls with grace, your heart must remain as sharp as any blade. For in this place of stone and shadow, even a queen must remember. Trust is a luxury, vigilance a necessity. And tomorrow, the game begins anew. You sit beneath the painted ceiling of your private chamber, the walls cool beneath your fingertips. A gentle breeze stirs the linen draperies, carrying the scent of crushed myrrh and blooming acacia. In your lap lies a scroll, a genealogy of your illustrious house, inked by the finest scribes in the land. You unroll it slowly, eyes tracing the names. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, uncles, aunts, cousins, many of whom have, in one form or another, become entangled in the great tapestry of your dynasty's lineage. It is a fine thing, they tell you, to have royal blood. The purer, the better. And here in Egypt, purity takes precedence over all else, certainly over more pedestrian concerns of propriety or genetic diversity. You will marry within your family. You know this. Every girl born beneath the palace roof knows this. It is not a matter of preference or affection. It is a duty, a cosmic necessity woven into the very fabric of kingship. The gods themselves set the precedent. Isis and Osiris, sister and brother, husband and wife, created the divine order. To imitate their union is to uphold Ma'at, the sacred balance that holds the universe together. That the practice also serves to consolidate power and property within the royal house is, of course, a fortunate coincidence. Your own match was announced with great ceremony. The court heralds proclaimed it a union of destiny. The high priests invoked the blessings of the pantheon. Privately, you reflected that the match was more likely the result of several tense negotiations behind closed doors. Still, the marriage was sealed, and sealed with blood as well as gold. Your new husband is your brother, or perhaps your half-brother. The lines blur. You have known him since childhood, chased sunbeams across the palace courtyards together. Now you meet beneath the heavy weight of crowns and expectations. The wedding itself was a spectacle. Musicians played beneath canopies of palm fronds. dancers performed in honour of Hathor, goddess of love and joy. Incense smoke curled toward the heavens as you knelt before the altar, hands joined beneath a net of golden thread. The priest's voice echoed through the temple halls. By this union, the house of Horus is strengthened. By this union, the land shall flourish. You smiled as expected, your gaze serene beneath the weight of elaborate headdress. The court watched, whispering beneath painted fans. It is the Queen's duty to set the tone after all. Behind the smiles, the truth remained unspoken. Marriages such as this carry risks, as well as rewards. The royal family tree is a twisted thing, its branches curling back upon themselves like the tendrils of a papyrus plant. Sibling marriages, uncle-niece unions, even the occasional pairing of aunt and nephew, all are recorded in the annals of kingship. The line of the Ptolemies would later make an art of such unions, but they were hardly innovators. Consider Akhenaten, the heretic king, and his great royal wife Nefertiti. While their exact relationship remains a matter of scholarly debate, their daughters were later wed to their own relatives, perpetuating a cycle that would culminate in the tragic figure of Tutankhamun. Ah, poor Tutankhamun, the boy king, crowned before his bones had fully hardened. Modern science has laid bare the consequences of his inbred lineage. A cleft palate, a clubfoot, fragile bones prone to breakage. His family line was riddled with genetic maladies, the result of generations of insular unions. Even the treasures of his tomb, glorious though they are, could not conceal the frailty of the young pharaoh they enshrined. You cannot help but wonder what price your own bloodline might yet pay. It is not a thought one can voice within these walls. The priests will tell you that royal blood must not be diluted, that the gods themselves demand it. The courtiers will nod and murmur in agreement, ever eager to align themselves with orthodoxy. Still, the palace midwives whisper tales in the dark. They speak of stillborn infants, of twisted limbs and breathless babes laid silently to rest. The tombs of queens tell a similar story. Many a consort has been interred with tiny coffins beside her, tragic echoes of an unbroken line's hidden cost. And yet the cycle continues. To marry beyond the royal bloodline would be unthinkable, a breach of divine order. The occasional foreign princess may be taken as a secondary wife, her presence a symbol of alliance rather than affection. But the true lineage must remain pure, its sacred essence undiluted. Your own marriage proceeds as court marriages do. You and your brother husband share formal meals beneath painted stars, exchange carefully chosen words in public settings. In private, the dynamic is more complex. Affection, rivalry, duty, resentment, all mingle beneath the silks of your marriage bed. You are aware that your husband's eye wanders. It is expected. No one rules the heart of a king. The greater danger lies in the ambitions of his other consorts, who watch your union with keen interest. A brother's wife may be queen today, but tomorrow, who can say? You have allies, of course. The high priestess of Hathor, whose loyalty has been secured through generous patronage. The captain of the palace guard, whose daughter serves as your handmaiden. Such bonds are as vital as any marriage. Still, you tread carefully. The fate of queens who misstep is no secret. The walls of the palace remember tales that the official chronicles prefer to forget. There was Cleopatra II, whose marriage to her brother Ptolemy VI ended in bitter civil war. Their sibling bond, once celebrated in public ceremony, could not withstand the pressures of shared rule and competing ambitions. Their eventual reconciliation was as much a matter of political necessity as familial affection. Then there was Arsinoe II, who married first the king of Thrace, then her own full brother, Ptolemy II. Her intelligence and political acumen were unmatched, yet her life was marked by the endless necessity of navigating the treacherous waters of court intrigue. You study such examples with care. They offer not only cautionary tales, but blueprints for survival. In moments of private reflection, you wonder how the common people perceive these unions. The artisans who carve your likeness upon temple walls, the scribes who inscribe your name in golden cartouches, do they whisper of the unnatural closeness of the royal house? Or do they accept it as part of the great cosmic order, as immutable as the flooding of the Nile? It matters little. The perceptions of the common folk do not shape palace policy. Power does. And so you play your part. You stand beside your husband at public festivals, your hand resting lightly upon his arm. You present offerings to the gods as a united front. You cultivate the image of harmony and divine favour. Yet beneath the surface, you remain watchful. Should a rival consort bear a son, the balance of power may shift in an instant. Should your own union fail to produce an heir, your position may falter. In this game, there are no guarantees, only the certainty that the dance will continue. Even now, scribes record your marriage in glowing terms. The scrolls will speak of divine union, of the strengthening of the royal line. They will not speak of your private doubts, of the knowledge that the path you walk is both gilded and perilous. You roll the genealogy scroll once more, its inked names seeming to twist beneath your gaze. The gods demand purity, the court demands heirs, the people demand spectacle. Between these demands, the queen must navigate a path as narrow as a knife's edge. You rise from your seat, the cool stone beneath your bare feet grounding you for the tasks ahead. Another day of ceremonies awaits, another round of alliances and calculated smiles. And so you steel yourself. For in Egypt, to marry your brother, your uncle, or worse, is not an aberration. It is a duty, one you will fulfill with all the grace and cunning the role demands. The dance continues. And you, Queen of Egypt, must dance it well. You wake to a dawn as gold as any that has graced the Nile in its long, winding history. The stone columns outside your chamber are bathed in soft light, their painted reliefs of lotus blooms and soaring falcons glowing faintly in the early warmth. It is a beautiful morning, though beauty, as you well know, counts for very little in the halls of power. As great royal wife, you are mistress of the palace in name, favoured consort in ceremony. But beneath the bright surface of this life, you have been cast into a game, one vast, intricate, and merciless. And in this game, even a queen is but a pawn. You did not ask to be moved across this board. Few do. But that will not save you. The viziers plot with soft words and watchful eyes. The priests chant hymns in the open while whispering curses in the dark. Even your own family, whose blood flows in your veins, see you as an asset to be deployed, a prize to be wagered in alliances that may or may not survive the next full moon. And you? You smile, you bow. You move your own pieces in turn, for there is no other choice. You were raised on such stories, of course. What girl of noble blood has not heard of Queen Nefertiti, the favoured wife of Akhenaten, the heretic king who dared to defy the ancient gods? At first, her role was ceremonial, a queen, nothing more. But as Akhenaten's grip on the old order faltered, Nefertiti's power grew. In temple reliefs, she is shown smiting enemies, an honour few queens ever claimed. Some believe she ruled in her own right after his death, under the name Neferuaten. Others whisper darker endings, a palace coup, a convenient disappearance. The lesson is simple. A queen may rise in this game, but her ascent is neither guaranteed nor safe. You are summoned this morning not to the king, but to his vizier, a man whose years have taught him the art of masking threats with courtesies. The message is polite, the appointment unavoidable. You seat yourself upon a low, cushioned throne in the audience chamber of the vizier's quarters, flanked by carved images of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and balance. The irony is not lost on you. He greets you with florid compliments, inquires after your health, your son's progress, the upcoming festivals. Then, with a smoothness born of long practice, he begins to circle the true subject. A marriage, perhaps, between one of your cousins and a minor prince of the Levant. A gift to secure the alliance. Your approval, your involvement, would lend the match the weight of royal favour. You smile, nod, and give the expected answers. And silently, you consider what is not being said. Who benefits from this marriage? What loyalties are being purchased? Which factions will rise or fall if you support this match? And, most importantly, what trap may be woven into the request? Queens are convenient messengers. They are even more convenient scapegoats. You leave the vizier's chamber with polite words exchanged and many more questions unspoken. Your thoughts turn to other examples. Consider Queen Mutamwia, mother of Amenhotep III. Little is known of her, but much can be inferred. Her marriage was likely a political manoeuvre. A foreign princess, perhaps, her presence at court negotiated by embassies and scrolls sealed with wax and wary smiles. When her son rose to the throne, she gained new influence, but only so long as she remained useful. Such is the way of things. Or take Cleopatra VII again, a master of this deadly game. From her earliest years she was trained in the arts of diplomacy and manipulation. When her father Ptolemy XII fled Egypt, it was young Cleopatra who held the palace together. Later, she would align herself with Rome's most powerful men, first Julius Caesar, then Mark Antony, forging alliances that shook empires. Yet even she couldn't outrun the forces arrayed against her. Rome's legions and Octavian's ambitions were a tide too great to turn. Their stories are instructive. They remind you that no alliance is permanent, no favour eternal. You return to your chambers where trusted advisers await. Messages have arrived. One from your brother, now governing a northern province. Another from a foreign envoy seeking audience. Each parchment carries its own implications, its own risks. You must answer carefully, for every word may be read by eyes other than those for whom it is intended. And while these matters unfold, others gather in darker corners of the palace. The priests of Amun watch the king's heretical tendencies with growing concern. Some whisper of ancient prophecies, of rightful bloodlines, and the necessity of sacrifice to restore cosmic order. You are no stranger to such murmurs, nor to the veiled threats they carry. You're not untouched by the machinations of your own kin, either. Your uncle writes often, urging you to press certain causes before the king. A priesthood appointment here, a land grant there. Each request is framed as a favour to the realm, but you know well that favours must be repaid, and debts are dangerous things. You play this game as best you can. You host banquets, where the placement of each guest is a calculated signal. You sponsor temple rites, weaving ties with the priesthood, even as you guard against their ambitions. You present yourself at court as the model of royal virtue, while cultivating discreet channels of information beyond the official scribes. It is exhausting, this life, but it is the life you have. Sometimes, in the quiet of night, you walk the palace gardens beneath the stars. You pass the statues of forgotten queens, their features worn smooth by time. Some were pawns who never moved beyond their first square. Others became queens in truth, players of rare skill who bent the game to their will. You wonder which path will be yours. In these moments you recall the foreign princesses who entered this game with fewer advantages. The Mitanni bride sent to Amenhotep III, the Hittite princesses dispatched to Rameses II. They came with dowries and diplomatic hope, but little else. Many faded into obscurity, their tombs unmarked, their names preserved only in dusty inventories of marriage gifts. And yet a few seized their chance. The Kassite princess who became a queen of Babylon, the Mitanni bride whose letters reveal a keen grasp of court politics. You have more power than they did, but also more enemies. Each day brings new manoeuvres. A minor official seeks an audience. A priest hints at omens concerning the king's health. A noblewoman's sudden illness sparks rumours. Was it a natural ailment or the work of unseen hands? Even the king himself is not immune to manipulation. His advisers counsel restraint in foreign policy. Or is it fear? His favoured courtiers press for greater privileges or greater control. You walk a narrow line, seeking to guide without appearing to command. You think again of Nefertiti. At her zenith, she shaped Egypt's destiny alongside Akhenaten. And then, as swiftly as she rose, she vanished. Her disappearance remains one of history's great mysteries. Was it death, exile, assassination? No one knows. The stone faces of Amarna offer no answers. But you have learned this much. In this game, the wise queen prepares for all possibilities. And so, you strengthen your network. You place trusted agents among the palace staff. You cultivate ties with the merchants who supply the court. For information flows where silver passes. You ensure that should the tide turn against you, you will not face it alone. The game continues. It always does. You have seen queens fall for a single miscalculation, a misplaced word, a forgotten alliance. You will not join them. As the sun sets beyond the palace walls, casting long shadows across the painted courtyards, you prepare for tomorrow. Another audience. Another round of calculated smiles and veiled promises. Another step along this treacherous path. You are a pawn, perhaps, but pawns can become queens. And queens, as the old proverb says, can shape the fate of kings. You rise from your seat, the cool stone beneath your feet grounding you once more. The board is set, the pieces move, and you, Queen of Egypt, are ready to play. The sun has not yet cleared the horizon when you are summoned. Already the palace hums with activity. Servants flitting through the colonnades, courtiers rehearsing their lines for the day's ceremonies, priests preparing sacred oils and incense. You rise from your bed of carved ebony and linen, your sleep light as ever. The title of Great Royal Wife brings with it many privileges. Restful nights are not among them. a handmaiden kneels at your side. The High Priest of Amun requests your presence at the temple of Karnak, my queen. Of course he does. The festival of Opet is upon you once more, a grand spectacle intended to renew the divine power of the pharaoh, and, by extension, the land itself. As great royal wife, you are no mere observer. You are a living embodiment of the goddess Hathor, consort of the sun god Re, and patroness of love, beauty, and fertility. You must play your part with grace. The kingdom, and your standing within it, depends upon it. The transformation begins at once. You are bathed in sacred waters, anointed with unguents of myrrh and cinnamon, dressed in flowing linen, dyed the deep blue of the night sky. A heavy collar of gold and faience encircles your throat, its cool weight both comforting and constraining. Upon your brow, the ceremonial headdress of Hathor gleams, a solar disk nestled between the horns of a cow, symbol of nurturing and divine femininity. You catch your reflection in the polished bronze mirror. The face that gazes back is serene, inscrutable. A goddess, or so they must believe. Outside the temple, the crowds gather in anticipation. The air is thick with incense and expectation. Musicians pluck at lyres, the notes drifting upward like the prayers of the faithful. Priests chant hymns older than the pyramids themselves, their voices echoing through the stone corridors. You make your entrance beneath a canopy of ostrich feathers, flanked by priestesses and guards. The people prostrate themselves as you pass, their cries rising in a tide of devotion. Behold Hathor incarnate. Behold the Queen, beloved of the gods. It is a heady experience, this public adoration. Yet beneath the gilded surface lies an undeniable truth. Worship is no shield. If anything, it invites sharper knives. You recall the fate of Queen Amos Nefertari, revered in her lifetime as a divine figure. Statues of her stood in temples across the land. Offerings were made in her name centuries after her death. Yet in the volatile years following her reign, her descendants were swept aside by rival factions. Veneration did not prevent betrayal. You step carefully through the temple's great hypostyle hall, each footfall a study in controlled grace. The king awaits beneath the towering columns, a living god in gold and lapis. Together, you perform the rituals of renewal, presenting offerings, pouring libations, reciting sacred texts. The air vibrates with reverence and scrutiny. For every priest who bows in devotion, another watches with calculating eyes. Popularity, after all, is a dangerous thing. The queen who commands too much affection from the people may find herself accused of overstepping, of eclipsing the king himself. History offers no shortage of cautionary tales. Consider Queen Tia, wife of Amenhotep III. A woman of remarkable intellect and political acumen, she wielded influence beyond the palace walls, corresponding with foreign rulers and advising her husband on matters of state. Her statues were erected alongside the king's, an unprecedented honour. Yet, when her son Akhenaten began his radical religious reforms, Tyr became a convenient target for those seeking to undermine the royal house. Her legacy was tarnished by association, her memory contested. Even the divine are not immune to public opinion. As the procession winds its way through the temple complex, you offer measured smiles to the assembled dignitaries. A well-placed glance here, a gracious nod there. Each gesture is calculated, each moment an opportunity to reinforce alliances, or to remind potential rivals of your enduring presence. Among the crowd you spot a familiar figure, the High Priest of Amun, resplendent in ceremonial garb. His eyes meet yours, a flicker of something unreadable passing between you. Respect? Resentment? A mixture of both, perhaps. The priesthood wields power nearly equal to the throne. Their favour is invaluable and fickle. Too close an association invites suspicion. Too distant a stance invites hostility. You walk a narrow path indeed. Later, in the cool shadows of your private chapel, you offer prayers of your own. The goddess Hathor smiles serenely from her gilded shrine. You wonder, not for the first time, whether the divine truly intervene in mortal affairs, and whether they find amusement in the tangled games of palace life. Your attendants bring news as you recline upon a cushioned bench. Whispers circulate of a rival consort's rising favour. A lavish new estate granted by the king. A private audience that lasted well beyond the expected hour. You mask your reaction with practised ease. Such tides rise and fall daily. The wise queen remains steady, unmoved. Yet you take note. The game is relentless. A single misstep, a single lapse in vigilance, can unravel years of careful positioning. Consider Queen Nefertari, beloved of Ramses the Great. Her beauty and wisdom were immortalized in her magnificent tomb, adorned with celestial imagery and hymns of praise. Yet even she faced rivals within the harem, chief among them Isay, whose son would ultimately succeed to the throne. Nefertari's enduring legacy did not shield her from courtly intrigue. You instruct your attendants to prepare gifts for the high priest. A subtle reminder of your piety, a gesture to maintain favour. Influence, like incense, must be continually renewed, lest it dissipate into nothing. As evening falls, the festival reaches its zenith. Torches blaze along the processional route, casting flickering shadows upon the stone walls. You ride in a ceremonial bark, the people thronging the banks of the Nile, their chants echoing across the water. Hathor lives, the queen is her vessel. In this moment, you are adored beyond measure. Yet the weight of the headdress upon your brow serves as a constant reminder. Adoration is fleeting. Safety is an illusion. You think of Cleopatra once more, a queen who mastered the art of public image, cultivating her persona as Isis reborn. Her charisma captivated rulers and subjects alike. Yet in the end, neither divine association nor popular acclaim could shield her from Rome's inexorable advance. Returning to the palace, you dismount with composed grace. Behind the smiles and accolades, you feel the familiar undercurrent of tension. The queen who draws too much light upon herself risks casting others into shadow, and shadows breed resentment. In your private chambers, you remove the heavy regalia piece by piece, the solar disk, the golden collar, the layers of perfumed linen. Beneath it all, you remain yourself, flesh and blood, a woman navigating a treacherous world beneath a veneer of divinity. You know that tomorrow will bring fresh challenges. The favour of the gods may be eternal, that of the court decidedly less so. And so you prepare once more. For in Egypt, a queen may be worshipped as a goddess, but she is never, ever safe. You do not sleep deeply anymore. Not truly. The palace is too full of whispers for that. The night air brings them through cracks in stone and silk. A servant's careless word here, a scribe's furtive glance there. In this life, the trick is not to silence such whispers. It is to hear them first. And so you wake, well before dawn, to the rustle of your most trusted handmaiden slipping through the door. A message is pressed into your palm. A scrap of linen, no more. One glance is enough, and there is movement among the concubines. One in particular has grown bold, too bold. She boasts of the king's growing affection, of late-night audiences and gifts wrapped in lapis and ivory. And worse, she has begun to gather allies. You smile faintly, though there is no mirth in it. You had expected as much. In the great game of the Egyptian court, survival is not merely a matter of charm or divine favour. It is a matter of vigilance, and of striking first when the balance tilts. History remembers the queens who played this game well. It remembers, too, those who failed. You rise from your couch, moving with deliberate ease. Outside, the moon lingers pale against a violet sky. Your attendants prepare you for the day, unaware that this morning's tasks go far beyond temple rites or polite audiences. As they drape you in fine linen and coil your hair with strands of gold, your mind is elsewhere, assessing your pieces, testing the strength of each. You think of Nefertiti, whose statues once stood beside her husband's as an equal ruler. Some say she orchestrated her own rise through careful alliances with the priesthood and military. Others whispered darker tales, that rivals were silenced with poisoned honeycakes, that dissenters vanished into the sands beyond Amarna's walls. The truth? It hardly matters. The result was the same. For a time, she held the power of kings in her own hands. You step into the corridor, your sandals whispering against polished stone. Waiting in the shadows is one of your most discreet agents, a eunuch who oversees the palace kitchens and has ears in every corner. He bows low and murmurs quietly, "Yes, the concubine has sent word to a priest of Ptah. There is talk of offerings, and of a prophecy concerning her unborn child. A dangerous gambit. The priests can make or break a royal faction. If they proclaim a child blessed by the gods, the king's affections may harden into something more lasting." You thank him with a nod and a coin pressed discreetly into his palm. The coin is a formality. Loyalty must be nurtured constantly. The day unfolds with its usual pageantry. You attend court, listening with practiced patience as minor nobles present petitions. You exchange polite words with the king, noting the tired set of his shoulders, the lingering touch of his new favourite's perfume. And all the while, your mind turns over the board. Queens who survived this game did not wait for fate to play their hand. They shaped events with quiet force, with whispers in the right ears, with smiles that concealed daggers. You think of Arsinoe II, who married her brother Ptolemy II and ruled as co-sovereign. She crushed her political enemies with ruthless efficiency, exiling rivals and rewriting temple inscriptions to solidify her divine status. Few mourned those who vanished in her wake. Fewer still dared oppose her afterward. Your own strategy must be more subtle. Direct action invites too many eyes. But there are other ways. Later that afternoon, beneath the pretext of overseeing preparations for an upcoming festival, you summon the High Priestess of Hathor, a woman whose loyalties have been carefully cultivated with gifts of rare perfumes and generous endowments to her temple. Over cups of date wine, you speak lightly of omens and portents. You suggest, with the gentlest of phrases, that the concubine's rising influence may be unsettling the cosmic balance, that rumours of her child's supposed divine favour risk angering the gods. The priestess nods slowly. Her temple's rituals, after all, depend upon the queen's continued generosity. A quiet word from her can blunt the concubine's ambitions without bloodshed. This is the first move. You must also address the concubine's allies. A list has been prepared. minor officials, household staff, ambitious courtiers drawn to the scent of rising power. Some will be warned, others will be removed, reassigned to distant posts, their influence quietly eroded. You remember Cleopatra VII's mastery of this art. She charmed Roman generals and Egyptian priests alike, weaving a web of alliances that kept her on the throne despite overwhelming odds. Yet she knew when charm must give way to force. Her half-sister Arsinoe learned this lesson too late, paraded through Rome in chains before meeting an untimely end. Such ruthlessness is not your first choice, but you will not hesitate to employ it. That evening, you attend a private banquet. The king is present, flanked by courtiers and advisors. The concubine is there as well, radiant in lapis and gold. Her laughter rings a touch too loudly through the hall. You meet her gaze with a smile that is both gracious and cold. You speak little, allowing the silence to speak for you. And as the evening wears on, you note with satisfaction the subtle shift in the room. Glances exchanged, conversations paused as the high priestess's warnings begin to ripple through the court. Later, beneath the moonlit colonnades, you confer with your steward. Certain shipments of fine oils and silks meant for the concubine's apartments will be delayed indefinitely. A message will be sent to the captain of the palace guard, requesting increased patrols in certain quarters. Visibility, after all, discourages reckless ambition. And so the game unfolds. You plot, you spy, you strike first, with words, with influence, with the careful orchestration of perception. You recall Queen Hatshepsut, who rose from regent to pharaoh in her own right. Her path was not secured through brute force alone. She built alliances with the priesthood, commissioned grand temples, and controlled the narrative of her reign through art and inscription. It was only after her death that her enemies dared deface her monuments. Too little, too late. You aim for the same legacy. But unlike Hatshepsut, you cannot yet command armies or don the false beard of kingship. Your weapons are subtler, and no less effective. Days pass, the concubine's influence wanes, her boasts growing quieter. The priests no longer speak of divine favour. Her allies drift away, sensing the shifting winds. You do not celebrate openly? Such victories are fragile. One must remain vigilant, always. Yet in the quiet of your chambers, as your attendants prepare you for another day of ritual and performance, you allow yourself a rare moment of satisfaction. You have played this round well, but the game is never over. Beyond the palace walls, foreign embassies arrive bearing gifts and hidden agendas. Within, new rivals await their moment. The king's affections remain as mercurial as the Nile's flood. You will plot again. You will spy again. And when the time comes, as it surely will, you will strike first once more. For in Egypt, a queen who waits for fortune to favour her is a queen who does not long survive. There comes a day when even the brightest queen in Egypt begins to glance more often toward the west, not toward foreign lands or shifting alliances, but toward the golden arc of the setting sun. For all the crowns and garlands, for all the priests' honeyed words about divinity and eternal favour, one truth remains unyielding. You are mortal. And in Egypt, where death is not an end, but a beginning fraught with peril, a wise queen prepares well for her final journey, or risks being erased in both life and afterlife. You are older now. The courtiers still bow low. The priests still chant your titles with reverence. But beneath the oil lamps and gilded beams of the palace, you see it in their eyes, a quiet measuring. Your hair, once black as coal, is now touched with silver, though the finest perfumers can soften its gleam. Your face is still fair beneath its careful layers of ochre and scented oils. But you know time's hand better than they do. You have survived long beyond many rivals. The concubine who once schemed to raise her son above yours now lies forgotten beneath a modest tomb. The vizier who dared plot against you has long since been sent on an extended pilgrimage from which he will not return. You have played the game with skill and iron patience, but even the sharpest blade dulls. Even the most careful player must at last prepare to leave the board. And so you begin. It is not a morbid task. In Egypt, preparation for the afterlife is a queen's sacred duty, as crucial as any offering to the gods. The Book of the Dead speaks plainly. The unprepared soul faces oblivion, or worse. You begin with your tomb. It is already underway, of course. No queen of standing would dare leave such matters until too late. For years now, artisans from Deir el Medina, the finest painters and masons in the land, have toiled to create your eternal house. Its chambers spiral deep into the limestone cliff of the West Bank, beneath the Valley of the Queens. There, beneath layers of earth and stone, your body will rest, awaiting the long journey through the Duat, the realm of the dead. You visit the site now more often. Clad in plain linen robes, your face veiled, you descend into the half-lit corridors while your retinue waits above. The air smells of fresh-cut stone and beeswax. The walls bloom with new pigment. Fields of reeds, boats of the sun god Ra, the winged goddess Ma'at stretching her arms in welcome. Your artisans bow low, their eyes bright with reverence, and perhaps some fear. A queen's gaze lingers long on their work, and one poorly rendered glyph might invite ruin. You study the scenes carefully. They must not only please the living court, but persuade the gods themselves. You think of Hatshepsut's mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, its grand colonnades proclaiming her divine birth and rightful rule. Such a monument is a weapon against forgetting, for even in death your rivals will not rest. They will seek to tarnish your name, to strike it from stone and memory. And so you plan each inscription with precision. Your titles, great royal wife, mother of the king, mistress of the two lands, must be chiselled deep, so no careless chiseller can erase them lightly. Your image must appear not only on the main walls, but in hidden panels, known only to your most trusted priests. Should the outer paintings be defaced, these secret images will preserve your claim to eternity. You select the item that will accompany you, not merely gold and jewels, though there will be plenty of those, if only to deter tomb robbers by their sheer weight, but more personal treasures. A beloved necklace gifted by your mother, a set of carved alabaster jars, their lids shaped like protective goddesses, a simple wooden board for playing senet, the game of passing through the afterlife. You consider, too, the more potent artifacts. A dagger of meteoric iron, its blade dark as the night sky. Amulets inscribed with ancient words of power. Scrolls bearing the most secret chapters of the Book of the Dead. Words known only to a handful of living priests. Every object is a tool. Every spell a shield. For the journey beyond is no peaceful sleep, but a gauntlet of trials. You have seen what happens to those who do not prepare. In a forgotten chamber beneath Karnak, you once glimpsed the shattered coffin of a queen whose name no one speaks. Her sarcophagus had been cracked by rivals, her face and cartouches scraped away. Without her name, she wanders the afterlife nameless, a shadow among shadows. Worse still are those whose tombs are desecrated by enemies. The valley is full of such stories. Tombs opened in secret, their treasures looted, their occupants left adrift in the eternal void. Queens who once ruled in splendour now lie in fragmentary remains. Bones scattered by jackals, their spirits lost. Even the great Nefertari's tomb, most splendid of all, suffered damage through the ages. Yet her beauty endures upon its walls, a testament to the care she took in her preparations. You will take such care. Beyond the tomb, you plan your mortuary cult, the priests who will tend your spirit and perform the offerings that sustain it. The king's favour ensures the best among them will serve you, but you secure their loyalty with gifts of land and silver, binding their interests to your eternal well-being. You commission stelae to be placed in the temples of Isis and Hathor, reminding future generations of your piety. If the royal court forgets you, the common people must not. The voice of a single farmer praying for your name may tip the scales when your heart is weighed in the hall of Ma'at. And your heart, it will be protected. Among your burial treasures, you order the finest heart scarab to be crafted, its spell clear and forceful. Do not stand against me at the weighing of the heart. You will not leave such matters to chance. As the years pass, you witness the truth of Egypt's oldest wisdom, that the living wage war upon the dead. You hear of rival queens' tombs ransacked, of priests bribed to neglect their cults, of names erased from the king lists. You take steps to guard against this. Trusted scribes prepared duplicate copies of your inscriptions to be hidden in remote sanctuaries. Loyal family members are instructed on the secret locations of your personal cache. Should the official tomb fall to time or treachery, your essence will endure. It is a strange fate, this double life of a queen preparing for death. You attend court as ever, your smile serene, your posture flawless. You preside over festivals, make offerings to the gods, advise your son the king with measured words. Yet in quiet moments, beneath the gilded trappings, you're already walking the shadowed path toward eternity. You oversee the carving of your canopic jars. Each lid must bear the correct goddess, Nephthys, Selket, Isis, Neith. Their protection is no mere symbol. Their vigilance is vital. You instruct the embalmers in secret preferences. The oils to be used, the linen to be woven with spells, the placement of the Shabti figures, tiny servants who will labour for you in the fields of the afterlife. And you compose a personal prayer to be recited beside your body at the final rites. It will speak of your love for Egypt, your loyalty to the gods, your worthiness in the eyes of Ma'at. Not all queens receive such care. The evidence is stark. Archaeologists have uncovered countless examples of queenly tombs whose sanctity was violated, mummies stripped of their wrappings, bones broken, names obliterated. Sometimes this was the work of common robbers. Often it was sanctioned from within the court itself. Hatshepsut's name was hammered from her monuments by her stepson. Nefertiti's fate remains one of Egypt's great enigmas. Some believe her tomb was deliberately hidden to prevent such desecration. Even in death, the game does not end. And so you plan, layer upon layer of protection and remembrance. A net of spells and offerings, inscriptions and hidden truths designed to anchor your spirit in the world beyond. You understand the stakes. The soul that is forgotten ceases to exist. The name that is not spoken fades into oblivion. And you have not spent a lifetime mastering this perilous world only to be consigned to the darkness. You prepare for death, but not for rest. For in Egypt, the afterlife is a realm of struggle no less fierce than the court you leave behind. You will face it with the same will that carried you through the palace intrigues and shifting alliances of the living world. You will not be forgotten. You will not be erased. And as you gaze one last time upon the setting sun, you whisper a final vow beneath your breath. I will endure. There comes a moment, no matter how strong your spirit, no matter how carefully laid your plans, when your breath falters for the final time. The flesh that wore crowns and gold lies still upon the polished stone slab, anointed and wrapped beneath layers of linen and spell. The queen is dead. And yet, is that truly the end? In Egypt, death is a doorway, but not a simple one. Beyond it lies a winding path through darkness and starlight, 1,000 dangers and 1,000 hopes. Whether you cross into the fields of reeds, a land of perfect harvests and unbroken joy, or fade into the black, lost among the restless dead, depends upon more than piety or preparation. It depends upon memory, upon whether your name, your image, your story endure. You knew this. You prepared for it. You wove your legacy into every surface that could bear it. Stone, gold, papyrus, even the whispered songs of temple choirs. But as you now drift toward the western horizon, the final game begins. One played not by you, but by those who remain. Your tomb is sealed with solemn ceremony. Priests chant the ancient spells. Oil lamps flicker in the darkness as the final stones are set. Outside, the mourners wail and scatter sand upon their heads. Your son, now king, promises that offerings will be made for evermore. For a time, all is well. The first year, your mortuary cult burns incense and pours milk upon the altars. Songs are sung in your honour. The weavers of the palace still speak of your grace. The priests of Hathor remember your generous gifts. But memory is a fragile thing. Even now, in the second year, the tides begin to shift. A new great royal wife adorns the palace. Her charms are praised, her likeness commissioned in fresh stone. Courtiers bow low to her now. Your name is spoken less often in the great halls. You are no longer present to remind them. You think of those who managed to defy this slow erosion. Queen Nefertari, beloved of Ramses the Great, whose tomb is a jewel of colour and light. Her image, arms outstretched in prayer, endures across the ages. The queen who became a goddess in the hearts of her people. Or Hatshepsut, whose mortuary temple still rises against the cliffs, defying the attempts of her successor to erase her legacy. Though her statues were broken and her name struck from many records, the grandeur of her works forced Egypt to remember. You dared hope for such endurance. Yet for every Nefertari or Hatshepsut, there are 100 others. Queens whose names are now no more than a faded cartouche on a broken shard, or a mention in a scribe's forgotten account. Already you feel the tremors of erasure. The rivalries you once outplayed still echo in the shadows. The descendants of your enemies whisper to the king, "Why lavish offerings upon one so long departed? Why spend temple resources on a queen of the last reign when new alliances must be forged?" A subtle shift here. a missed offering there. The priests grow tardy in their duties. A scribe fails to copy your name upon the festival lists. You see it unfolding, and there is nothing you can do save hope that the seeds you planted will bear fruit. You think again of Cleopatra VII, a queen who defied Rome, who held emperors in thrall, who ruled with cunning and brilliance. Her end was tragic, her body lost, her tomb a mystery. Yet her name lives on, burnished in the world's memory like a polished gem. Even the might of Augustus could not erase her entirely. This, too, is a form of immortality. But it is not granted to all. In the centuries that follow, your fate may take many forms. Perhaps a young priest, stumbling upon your image in a half-forgotten shrine, will pause to speak your name. A simple act, yet one of profound power. For the Egyptians believed that to speak a name is to make it live again. Or perhaps your tomb will be found by robbers in the dark of night. They will strip it of gold and ivory, leaving your carefully prepared body exposed to the dust. Your name may be scrawled upon a ledger, sold with your stolen jewels to the highest bidder. Worse still, perhaps an enemy, rising in a future court, will order your name erased entirely. The artisans will chip away your likeness. The priests will be forbidden to utter your titles. You will become one of the damned forgotten, wandering the afterlife, rootless and unremembered. And yet, even this is not the full truth. For Egypt is a land where the past lingers beneath every stone. Names thought lost have been found again. A cartouche buried beneath sand. A fragment of hymn preserved in a crumbling scroll. The archaeologists of this new age, strange priests in foreign garb, uncover the works of queens long vanished. They brush away the dust of centuries, read aloud the ancient words. And in that moment the old magic stirs again. Your voice may yet be heard. You reflect on this as the millennia unfold around you. Time, here, has no meaning. You drift between moments, glimpsing flashes of a world that has forgotten much but remembers just enough. One day, perhaps, a team of scholars will descend into your tomb, torches blazing against the carved walls. They will marvel at the richness of your burial, the artistry of your stele. They will photograph your face, preserved by sacred oils and ancient skill. Your story will be told anew, perhaps with errors, perhaps with embellishments, but told nonetheless. This is the strange afterlife you inhabit now, a dance between fading and remembrance. You know that some queens were not so fortunate. The tomb of Queen Mutnojmet, once adorned with scenes of royal triumph, was stripped bare. Her body left to moulder in obscurity. Her name nearly lost to history. Others fared little better. Tombs desecrated, bones scattered. Names ground from temple walls. Forgotten entirely, save for a few tantalizing hints in dusty archives. And yet, even they are not beyond hope. For as long as the stones of Egypt endure, there remains the chance of rediscovery. Of a voice, however faint, calling out from the depths of time. And so you watch. You wait. You think of your son, now an old man himself, his face lined with years and cares. Does he still honour your name? Does he instruct his children to do the same? Perhaps, perhaps not. In the end, your immortality lies not only in blood, but in story. You recall the ancient proverb, "A man is not dead so long as his name is spoken." It is a truth deeper than the Nile itself. As the modern age dawns and the strange new scribes pore over ancient texts, you feel a flicker of hope. Your cartouche appears in a scholarly tome. A replica of your jewellery gleams in a glass case. A visitor, gazing upon your likeness, speaks your name aloud, imperfectly, but with wonder. And for that moment you live again. You understand now what the priests could never fully grasp. Immortality is not merely a matter of offerings or perfectly recited spells. It is memory, it is story. Queens who transcended time, Nefertiti, Cleopatra, Hatshepsut, grasped this instinctively. They shaped their legacies with words and images powerful enough to echo across the ages. Others vanished without a trace. You prepared well. You fought long. Whether you will endure as one of the remembered or fade among the forgotten, that now rests in hands beyond your reach. But as long as Egypt endures, as long as curious minds seek the whispers of the past, there is hope. And so, in this twilight realm between the living and the dead, you wait. Not for rest, but for remembrance. For you are a queen of Egypt. You will not be forgotten lightly. And should your name be spoken once more beneath the vaults of the stars, you will smile and walk again among the reeds of the eternal fields. This village doesn't have a name, or if it did, no one remembers it. It sits in a shallow valley somewhere in the vague middle of nowhere, a soft crease in the land, just distant enough to avoid roads, records, or royal attention. You wouldn't find it on a map. If you had a map, which you don't, you've never even seen one. Here, the world ends where the trees begin. The forest is thick and slow-moving, like something ancient that's only barely tolerating your presence. The fields stretch outward in irregular patches of green and brown, worked until exhaustion, then worked some more. Somewhere to the north is a river. You've never seen it, but you've heard it mentioned, in the same tone one might speak of dragons or saints. This is where you were born, and where you'll die, maybe 60 steps from one to the other. The homes are rough and slumped, as if the wind has pushed against them too many winters in a row. The walls are wattle and daub, that is, mud, straw, and sticks, carefully woven together and patched endlessly with whatever the weather hasn't taken yet. Roofs are thatched, and they sag under their own weight, always leaking in places you can't quite reach. The village smells like wet wool, smoke, and earth, a sour edge of livestock, a trace of damp rot. None of it surprises you anymore. It's the smell of living here. The road leading in is not really a road, just a muddy track where ox carts have worn a pair of grooves deep enough to collect rainwater and mosquitoes. No one important has travelled it in years, perhaps ever. Most days pass quietly. A distant bell marks the hours from a chapel in another village, if the wind carries the sound. Otherwise you measure time by the position of the sun, or the depth of the shadows across the field, or the ache that settles into your spine before noon. There are maybe a dozen families here, enough to fill a small gathering on feast days. Everyone knows everyone. Everyone knows everyone's problems, and everyone politely ignores them until it's necessary not to. The village elder, if you can call him that, is a man named Tom, who once spoke to a monk, and now repeats that conversation as proof of his wisdom. No one questions it. Tom's hut hasn't collapsed. His goat seems healthy. That's as close to leadership as anyone requires. Nothing here is precise. There are no written records, no deeds, no land surveys. Boundaries are understood in terms of past the old elm, or where the ground gets soft. If there's a dispute, it's handled with a shrug, a short argument, and sometimes a loaf of bread passed back and forth until no one wants to keep fighting. There's no school, no tavern, no inn. If a stranger arrives, it's discussed for weeks. Where did they come from? What do they want? Are they cursed? Do they smell of salt? The arrival of someone new is both fascinating and mildly terrifying. And no one leaves. Not really. The idea of travel is less a plan than a rumour. You've heard of towns, of cities, of places where stone buildings stretch 2 or even 3 stories high. But those are stories. Like talking animals or women who turn into birds. You can't miss a world you've never seen. The forest is dense. The hills are long. The roads, if they exist, are known more for bandits and bad luck than any promise of arrival. What would you do, even if you reached one of those distant places? You don't speak any other dialect. You don't carry coin. You don't know the customs. You don't even know how old you are. So you stay. There's safety in the familiar, even if it's hard, even if it's dull, even if the roof leaks and the well runs low and the same stew has been bubbling in the pot for 3 days. There's comfort in routine, in knowing where the firewood is, in knowing who to ask when your fence collapses, in knowing which patch of sky tells you when to bring in the sheep. You wake with the light. You sleep when it fades. You work in between. It isn't much, but it's life. And somehow, in the quiet rhythm of it all, there's a kind of peace. A kind that doesn't ask questions, that doesn't need to understand anything beyond what's visible from the top of the nearest hill. You might hear, once in a while, about a war, or a king dying, or a comet in the sky that scared a village 5 days' walk from here. But the news never seems to reach you directly. Just stories passed through too many mouths to carry weight. They lose their urgency somewhere between the merchant and the shepherd's cousin. Even time feels different here. Seasons don't shift cleanly. They bleed into each other. A damp spring becomes a wet summer. A hard frost turns into the kind of winter that chews through your boots. You don't count years. You count harvests, dry ones, wet ones. The bad one when the rye grew black with rot. The good one where the barley came in thick and heavy, and even old Marjorie smiled for a week. His steward does. He collects grain, asks questions, writes things down. You answer carefully, never with too much detail. He doesn't seem to like detail. You've never met the king. You're not entirely sure what he does, but you know his name, and you say it when you pray, just in case it matters. Because here, on the edge of the map, most things don't change, and when they do, it's usually for the worse. Still the hearth glows. The roof mostly holds. The pottage is warm. And tomorrow the same sun will rise over the same hills. And for now, that's enough. In your lifetime, you'll walk hundreds of miles, but almost all of them will be in circles. Most people in the medieval countryside never travelled more than a few miles from where they were born. Not because they lacked curiosity, or energy, or boots, though boots were often a luxury, but because the world beyond the next hill didn't really belong to them, and the idea of going to find it, that felt as far-fetched as flying. You grew up learning the names of every patch of land between your home and the edge of the field. You knew the shape of every tree stump on the path to the well. You could tell who had walked the road by the depth of their footprints in the mud. Everything beyond that started to feel theoretical. The next village over might only be 5 miles away, but it may as well have been a foreign country. You'd heard stories about it. Who married who stole a goat, who said the priest snored during Mass. But you hadn't seen it, and you likely wouldn't, because travel was dangerous. Not in the fun, thrilling way. In the quiet, exhausting, possibly fatal kind of way. Roads weren't well-kept paths lined with signs and travellers' inns. They were mostly muddy tracks through forests, fields, and long stretches of very empty, very silent land. No maps, no directions. Just vague advice like, go until you see the leaning pine tree, then left past the stone that looks like a sleeping pig. And on those paths there were things to worry about. First, the forest. Medieval forests weren't parks. They weren't romantic. They were dense, dark, tangled with roots, and filled with noises you couldn't always identify. Boars, wolves, people who didn't want to be found. If you weren't born into the woods, they didn't want you in them. Second, bandits. People with nothing to lose and no land to till. Travellers were vulnerable, especially if they looked even vaguely well-fed. A man walking with purpose might be assumed to have coin. A woman might be travelling alone because she had something worth stealing. You learned quickly that confidence wasn't armour. Third, getting lost. This wasn't a minor inconvenience. If you wandered off track, there was no one coming to find you. You couldn't follow a river downstream and hope for the fest. You could go days without seeing another soul. Your body could disappear into the bracken like smoke. People wouldn't know you were missing until the next feast day, when someone finally asked about you, and someone else just shrugged. Then there were the practical concerns. If you travelled too far, who would tend your field? Who would feed the animals? What if the Lord Steward came by to collect a tax while you were gone? You couldn't explain absence to a man holding a ledger. Your duties didn't pause just because you were curious about what lay beyond the horizon. And even if you did make it to another village, what then? You weren't expected. You weren't welcomed. Outsiders brought problems, disease, crime, strange ideas. You spoke a slightly different dialect, used different phrases, maybe even held your spoon differently. You could be met with suspicion, or worse. Hospitality wasn't universal. Food was scarce, and beds were already full. The safest place was home. Not because it was particularly safe, but because it was familiar. You knew which part of the roof leaked, which chickens wandered too far, which neighbour might lend you a tool without asking too many questions. Out there, no one owed you anything. Still, people did travel sometimes. Not peasants usually, but merchants, monks, messengers. People with protection, or a purpose, or both. You might see them once or twice a year, coming through with carts full of wool or salted fish, trailing stories behind them like campfire smoke. They spoke of cities where buildings were made of stone, and shops sold spices, and people walked streets that didn't turn to soup every time it rained. It sounded impossible. You listened, but you didn't dream too hard. Because even if it were true, what would you do in a place like that? You couldn't read. You didn't own coin. You wouldn't know which customs were expected. The city could swallow you whole, and no one would even know your name. So you stayed. Not because you were afraid, though sometimes you were, but because you had things to tend, a fence to mend, a niece to watch over, a bit of barley to dry, and a dozen other tasks that all needed doing before the sun dipped below the tree line. And because, truthfully, you didn't need the world to be bigger than it was. The village was enough. It had gossip and conflict and weather and sickness and fleeting joys. It had the rhythm of bells and the turning of seasons and the quiet pride of surviving another day. Sometimes you dreamed of seeing what was beyond the woods, but most days you just hoped the stew wouldn't burn while you fetched water. The village was enough. It had gossip and conflict and weather and sickness and fleeting joys. It had the rhythm of bells and the turning of seasons and the quiet pride of surviving another day. Sometimes you dreamed of seeing what was beyond the woods, but most days you just hoped the stew wouldn't burn while you fetched water. Some people did leave, usually the desperate or the reckless, sometimes the ambitious. A young man might set out in search of work, or adventure, or a cause worth dying for. He might come back with a limp, or a story, or not at all. And when he didn't return, no one said much. Just shook their heads and said, "He went beyond the trees," as if that explained everything. Maybe it did. For those who stayed, life was small, but it was also known. You weren't lonely exactly. You shared your days with family, neighbours, animals, and the land itself. There was comfort in repetition, comfort in the familiar complaints. You didn't need to see a distant city to understand the value of warmth, or taste cinnamon to know the joy of sweet bread, or cross a kingdom to feel love or sorrow or boredom or hope. And as the years wore on, and the aches settled deeper into your joints, and the children grew taller than the fence posts, the idea of travel faded. Not with regret, but with understanding. Some people were meant to move. You were meant to stay. There is no blueprint, no architect, no pile of neatly labelled lumber waiting to be assembled. Just mud and wood and whatever else the landscape hasn't already claimed. Your home isn't a house, not in the way most people think of one. It's more like a compromise between shelter and weather, between effort and decay, between what you needed and what the land reluctantly agreed to give you. You begin with the frame, rough-hewn timbers from the nearest trees, cut with tools that have passed through more hands than you can count. The wood isn't straight. It bends a little, it warps. But you don't mind. Neither are your walls. Once the frame is up, you weave thin branches or flexible sticks between the posts, a process called wattle. It's not elegant. It's not even particularly quick, but it holds together, for the most part, like the rest of your life. Then comes the daub, a mix of mud, straw, manure, and water. You slap it on by hand. You press it between the gaps. You smooth it just enough to keep the wind out and pretend it's deliberate. It dries slowly, cracking in the sun, occasionally falling off in clumps that need to be redone before winter. You get used to the smell. Eventually, you stop noticing it. The roof is thatch, layers of dried straw packed tightly together and tied to the beams. When it's fresh, it's golden, almost pretty. Then the rains come. Then the birds come. Then time comes. The colour fades. The edges fray. Holes appear where you never expected them, and you start placing buckets in places you hoped you'd never have to. You don't shingle it. You don't waterproof it. You just keep patching it until the whole thing threatens to become more patched than roof. At some point, you wonder if it might be easier to live under a cart. The floor is dirt. You tell yourself it's packed firm. And it is, sort of. Years of walking, sweeping, spilling and stomping have turned it into something almost solid. But when it rains, it softens again. When it freezes, it cracks. When the goats come in for the night, it's anyone's guess what's actually underfoot. You might spread rushes or straw to cover it. It helps, a little. But soon the straw gets damp, gets dirty, gets walked into dust. Then you sweep it out and start over. Or you don't. Eventually, the straw becomes the floor, and you accept it as part of the landscape. Windows, technically. Openings in the wall, anyway. Covered with wooden shutters that swing awkwardly and never quite close flush. Glass is too expensive, too rare, too fragile. So the wind comes in. The cold comes in. The sounds of the animals outside come in. And sometimes the animals themselves. There's a single door, usually hung a little crooked, because the frame shifted during the last frost. It latches with a hook or a wooden peg. Not for security, there's nothing to steal, but to keep the chickens from wandering out and the wind from wandering in. Inside, the layout is best described as shared. One room, maybe two, if someone managed to tack on a lean-to or a loft, but usually just one, where you sleep, eat, cook, mend, talk, argue and hope. Everyone lives here. Parents, children, a cousin or two, a grandparent, maybe a neighbour's child whose parents are sick, or gone, or both. There's a hearth in the centre, built of stone if you're lucky, clay if you're not. The smoke rises through a hole in the roof. More or less, there's no chimney. The air inside is always smoky, always a little warm, a little damp, and always carrying the quiet scent of stew that's been reheated one too many times. Furniture is limited. A table, a bench, maybe a stool, a chest, if someone in your family was unusually good at carving or very lucky in marriage. Beds are wooden frames stuffed with straw or feathers, often shared, usually squeaking. Blankets are wool. Heavy, rough, never quite dry. There's storage in the rafters. Garlic, onions, herbs, maybe a small ham if the pig was kind that year. You can smell the difference between early winter and late spring just by the air above your head. Sometimes it's comforting. Sometimes it's a reminder of how close you are to running out. Animals are part of the household, literally. The cow might sleep in the same room, off in the corner. Chickens too. A goat. It isn't ideal. It isn't sanitary. But it's warm. You learn to tune out the clucks and the shuffles and the occasional startled bleat in the middle of the night. They're part of the background noise, like wind in the thatch or the slow settling creak of the walls. Nothing is level. The floor dips, the roof slants. The walls bulge slightly like the whole place is breathing in and out with the seasons. You fix what you can. You ignore what you can't. Every spring, you swear you'll repair the back wall. Every autumn, it's still leaning. It's not a house built to last. It's a house built to get through the next storm. And yet, for all its flaws, and there are many, it's home. You know where the cold comes in and how to block it with an old sack. You know which roof beam you can hang the pot from, and which one creaks when someone stands too close. You know how the light falls through the slats in the afternoon, and where the dog curls up to sleep. When strangers pass through, they see poverty. You see effort, reuse, resourcefulness. A roof that hasn't yet collapsed is a victory. A fire that still burns at dawn is a blessing. A dry corner is worth more than gold. And when you lie down at the end of the day, surrounded by snores and silence and smoke and straw, you feel a strange kind of comfort. Not pride exactly, but presence. This is your space. It bends. It leaks. It shifts in the wind. But it's held. And so have you. For the average medieval peasant, food was not an experience. It wasn't colourful or diverse, or even all that warm. It was closer to a daily problem that had to be solved again and again, using the same pieces and the same tired hope that something edible might come of it. Your kitchen, if you could call it that, was a corner of your single-room home near the hearth. There was no pantry, no shelves lined with ingredients, no carefully hung herbs in a sunny window. There was just a pot, a fire, and a short list of things you hoped hadn't spoiled. At the centre of nearly every meal was pottage, a kind of eternal stew that lived in the pot and never fully stopped cooking. It was never entirely new and never entirely gone. You added to it during the day. You skimmed it at night. You kept it warm through the seasons and prayed nothing strange grew in it when your back was turned. The ingredients depended on what you had, which usually wasn't much. On a good day, pottage might include cabbage, leeks, barley, and a few legumes. Maybe garlic or onions if the harvest had been kind. If it was winter, you used dried beans or peas. If you were especially lucky, a scrap of salted pork might get tossed in. More often, it was just the bone. Even that was valuable. You could boil a single bone for days, hoping it would remember what meat tasted like. The flavour profile was consistent, earthy, grey, more temperature than taste. You didn't eat pottage for the joy of it. You ate it because it was what you had. A warm meal at the end of the day was more than comfort. It was a small victory. The pot itself never really got clean. It was wiped down, sometimes scraped, but rarely scrubbed. The next batch always absorbed the ghosts of the last one. There was no spice to cover it, no vinegar to brighten it. Just a slow, dependable dullness. A taste like boiled history. Bread was the other major player, not soft or golden or inviting, but hard, dense and dark. It was usually made from rye, barley or oats. Wheat, the soft white kind, was for the upper classes. Peasants could barely afford to see it, let alone bake with it. The loaves were small and heavy. They didn't rise much. They crumbled quickly. If you left them out for a day, they could probably double as a weapon, but they filled the stomach and gave you something to soak in your stew. Sometimes the bread was made from questionable flours, chaff, ground up peas, or whatever was left at the bottom of the miller's barrel. In hard times, people used bark, not metaphorically. They literally ground up the inner layer of tree bark and mixed it with what little flour they had. The result was famine bread, bitter, dense, and barely digestible. It kept you alive, technically. On days when even flour was scarce, people used trenchers, slices of old bread used as plates. These soaked up stew and were either eaten at the end of the meal or thrown to the animals. Sometimes they were passed down the table to someone of lower status. Bread hierarchy at its finest. Protein was rare, very rare. Chickens laid eggs. Cows gave milk. You didn't eat your livestock unless you had no other choice. When you did, you used every part: meat, fat, organs, bones. The blood was used for puddings. The fat was rendered. The head might become soup. Nothing was wasted. Pork was the most common meat when it was available. Pigs were efficient, and their salted fat flavoured many dishes, often turning something barely edible into something vaguely pleasant. But pigs were slaughtered only when necessary. A whole pig meant weeks of planning, salting, hanging, boiling and storing. Fishing was an option if you lived near water, but even that came with restrictions. Many rivers and lakes were controlled by lords, and a fishing without permission could earn you a fine or worse. When you did fish, it was for eels, small river fish, or anything that wouldn't immediately rot. Salted herring, if you could get it, was a prize. The church dictated a fair bit of your diet too. On Fridays and during Lent, meat was forbidden, so you pivoted to fish or went without. In more creative times, beaver tails were classified as fish, a theological workaround that few questioned because it meant having something to eat. Milk was common, but also fragile. You had to use it quickly or turn it into cheese or butter. Butter was a luxury in some homes, used sparingly. Cheese was harder, tangier, and often quite dry. If you had a few good rounds stored away, it meant the cow had been generous that year. Dairy, though useful, didn't always agree with people, and refrigeration didn't exist. Sour milk was used anyway. Butter went rancid, cheese moulded. You just cut around the worst bits and hoped your stomach was stronger than the bacteria. Drinks were simple. Water was unreliable, often unsafe to drink, depending on the season and what upstream neighbour had been careless. So, ale was the default. Weak ale, known as small beer, was brewed in homes and drunk by everyone, including children. It had low alcohol, just enough to kill bacteria and dull the edges of thirst. If you had access to apples or pears, you might make cider. Wine was for the clergy and nobility. Mead was rare. Milk was for the young and the sick. Otherwise, it was ale with breakfast, ale with lunch, and ale to help forget that tomorrow would taste exactly like today. Vegetables formed the bulk of your diet. Cabbage, onions, garlic, turnips, leeks. Carrots, though not the orange ones we know now. Medieval carrots were white or purple. Most were grown in small gardens, tended carefully and eaten root to leaf. Nothing was wasted. The tops of turnips might be boiled into greens. The skins were composted or tossed into the fire. Fruit was seasonal. Apples, mostly. Maybe some berries or wild plums. If you dried them, they lasted through winter. Otherwise, they were eaten fast. Preserving was difficult. Sugar was nearly impossible to afford. Honey, if you had bees, was a treasured sweetener. Otherwise, your pottage stayed savoury, in the loosest sense of the word. Herbs were grown when possible. Parsley, sage, dill, mint. They weren't used for flavour so much as medicine or tradition. Some herbs were thought to protect against illness. Others kept pests away. Occasionally, they even made things taste a little better. But that was a happy accident, not the goal. Meals were eaten together, on benches, around the fire. There were no courses, no recipes, just a pot, a hunk of bread, and the hope that there would still be something left tomorrow. You didn't complain. Complaining didn't make the stew thicker. If you had a feast, a wedding, a harvest festival, a saint's day, you might roast a bird or bake a pie. Not the flaky, buttery kind. A medieval pie was more like a sealed box, made of hard dough to hold a meat filling, often heavily spiced if spices were available, which they usually weren't. You might flavour it with pepper, ginger, or cinnamon, if someone had traded well. Most days weren't feast days. Most days were quiet. You scraped your bowl, you soaked your bread, you drank your ale, and you leaned back, full enough to get through the evening, if not exactly satisfied. There was comfort in repetition, in knowing what the pot would taste like, in knowing how much bread was left, in watching the same hands prepare the same meal by the same fire, as the wind whispered through the cracks in the wall, and the animals shifted in their sleep. The stew boiled, the bread cooled, and you once again had enough. If you were a medieval peasant, you didn't own much. You might have a patch of land, a few tools, a couple of animals, a crooked house you built with your own hands, but none of it, technically, was yours. It all belonged to the Lord, not a king, not someone mythical or distant, just your local landholder, the one who lived up the hill in a slightly less crooked house, with slightly better food, and a roof that probably didn't leak. He owned the land, which meant he owned everything on it, including, in a sense, you. You were what was called a villain. That's not an insult. It's a category. You worked the land, but you didn't own it. You were bound to it. You couldn't leave without permission. You couldn't pass it on freely. You owed labour, goods, and deference. You weren't a slave, but you weren't exactly free either. Your relationship with the Lord wasn't built on conversation. It was built on obligation. You didn't talk to him. You talked to the steward, the man who managed his lands, and more importantly, kept track of what everyone owed, and you owed a lot. Let's start with labour. A few days a week, sometimes more during harvest, you were expected to work the Lord's fields instead of your own. This was called corvée labour. You got nothing for it, no payment, no thanks. Just the knowledge that, somewhere in the manor house, someone ate because of what you did. You also owed taxes, and they came in many shapes. A portion of your grain, a share of your wool, a chicken here, some eggs there. If you brewed ale, you owed ale. If you had a pig, you owed bacon. If you managed to catch fish, guess who owned the river? The taxes didn't end with food. If you used the mill, you paid a fee, even though the mill was the only way to grind your grain, even though the Lord owned the mill and set the price. You might be tempted to grind it by hand, but doing so was often illegal, punishable by fine or worse. Because the Lord didn't just want his share, he wanted control. Same with the oven. Many manors had a communal oven, one you paid to use. If you tried baking at home and the steward found out, there could be consequences. You learned to do things the official way, even if it took longer, cost more, and made less sense. And then there were the fees. Want to get married? Pay a fee. Want to inherit your father's plot? There's a fee. Want to move to another village? First, ask permission. Then, you guessed it, pay a fee. Your livestock. Taxed. Your tools. Sometimes taxed. Your ability to breed without permission. Barely untaxed. And what did you get in return? Well, the Lord was supposed to protect you, in theory. If bandits attacked, or if a rival noble invaded, the Lord had men at arms who could fight. If famine struck, he might distribute grain from his stores, though rarely for free. And if you had a legal dispute, say, your neighbour's goat wandered into your garden and refused to leave, the Lord's court might settle it. Again, not for free. This was feudalism, a system of obligations and hierarchy wrapped in the language of loyalty and protection. In practice, it was a system of ownership. The land was everything. Those who owned it ruled. Those who worked it obeyed. The manor itself stood apart from the village, sometimes literally on higher ground. It might be made of stone or timber, larger than any peasant's home, with a roof thatched so thick no wind dared enter. Inside were tapestries, tables, servants, and the Lord, of course, wearing wool lined with fur, eating meals you couldn't imagine, and thinking very little about you. He might not know your name, but he knew your numbers. How much barley you owed this year. How many eggs you'd promised. Whether your son had reached the age where he could be added to the labour rolls. Everything was recorded. Not by you couldn't read, but by the steward, the reeve, the bailiff. Men with wax tablets or bits of parchment who came around with questions you learned to answer carefully. And if you didn't meet your obligations, there were punishments. Fines, usually, more goods taken, days added to your labour. In extreme cases, your tools could be confiscated, or your land reclaimed, or your house, your goats, your dignity, all of it, gone. You didn't resist. Resistance wasn't rebellion. It was foolishness. But here's the strange part. The system worked. Not because it was fair, but because it was stable. It had rules, predictable if harsh. You knew what you owed. You knew what was expected. There was no guessing, no sudden surprises. Just a steady, grinding rhythm of give, give, give. And occasionally, just occasionally, the Lord would give something back. A feast day where food was distributed. A holiday where labour was waived. A kind word, perhaps, spoken from horseback. Not enough to balance the scales, but enough to keep things from tipping. The relationship was never friendly, but it was enduring. Your lord might be young or old, kind or cruel, present or distant, but he was always above. You didn't question that. You bowed when he passed. You removed your cap. You used the right words, not because he deserved it, but because you didn't want trouble. And maybe, deep down, because a small part of you still hoped that one day you might be noticed, rewarded, lifted, even just a little. It almost never happened, but that's how the system stayed alive. Not just with fear, but with the faintest suggestion of hope, that if you worked hard enough, obeyed long enough, prayed loud enough, something might change. Meanwhile, the steward kept walking, the reeve kept writing, the mill kept grinding, and you kept digging your hands into the soil, year after year, season after season. There was no retirement, no bonus, no upward mobility, only the quiet knowledge that you had fulfilled your role. You had done what was asked. You had made it through another year under the weight of someone else's title. And as long as the Lord was pleased, you were allowed to go on living. Long before the Black Death swept across Europe and etched itself into history books, medieval peasants were already well acquainted with sickness. Not the kind of illness that came and went with the seasons, though there was plenty of that too, but the slow, constant presence of something always waiting to go wrong. Infection, fever, wasting, swelling, coughing. Disease wasn't an event. It was a feature of life. You didn't need a continent-wide catastrophe to be laid low. All it took was a small cut, a single flea, a bit of water that looked clear but wasn't. And unlike weather or taxes, illness didn't follow rules. It arrived without warning, and it rarely left quietly. There were no hospitals. Not really. If you were lucky, your village had a wise woman, maybe a midwife, someone who knew which herbs to boil and which ones to burn. If you were extremely lucky, there might be a monk nearby, literate, well-meaning, and slightly more effective than random prayer. But for the most part, when you got sick, you stayed home. You lay in bed, you sweated through your shirt, and you hoped. Most people didn't understand what caused disease. The word germ hadn't been invented yet, Microscopes were centuries away. What you had were theories, old ones, confusing ones, and often wrong ones. Some believed in miasma, bad air that carried disease through smell. If a village reeked of rot, manure and smoke, it was assumed to be dangerous, which, in a way, was correct, but not for the reasons people thought. To combat the bad air, people stuffed herbs into their clothes, carried flowers in their sleeves, or walked around with vinegar-soaked rags pressed to their faces. Not pleasant, not helpful, but deeply believed. Others blamed divine punishment. Illness came from sin, from impure thoughts, disobedient acts, or general moral decay. If your child fell ill, it was a test. If your crops failed and then your body failed, it was probably your fault. Or your neighbours, or both. There were local traditions too. Some thought illness came from the evil eye, a glare from someone jealous or angry. Others blamed moon phases, animal spirits, or grumpy saints. One particularly popular explanation was that sickness entered the body through the soles of the feet. The solution? Boil them. And if that didn't work, burn something nearby. Possibly your mattress. The cures were as strange as the causes. If you had a fever, you might be bled. A local man would arrive with a blade, a bowl, and more confidence than training. Sometimes leeches were used, sometimes sharp stones. The idea was to balance your humours: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. If they were out of sync, so were you. No one ever saw these humours, of course, but they were blamed for nearly everything. For swelling, there were poultices, smears of mashed herbs, mud, or even bread, wrapped in cloth and tied to the body. Some worked, most didn't. A few made things worse. But the important thing was that something was being done. If your stomach ached, you might chew on charcoal. If you coughed blood, you might drink wine mixed with crushed pearls. If your eyes blurred, someone might whisper a prayer while blowing smoke over your head. If your leg turned black, you were probably out of options. And then there were the plague amulets, bits of metal or bone worn around the neck, sometimes inscribed with protective words, sometimes blessed by a priest. Some people buried onions in the corners of their homes. Others hung garlic above the door. One popular remedy was to tie a live chicken to the infected area and hope the illness transferred to the bird. It rarely did, but hope was in short supply, and people clung to whatever they could. Sickness was isolating, but not in the way we think of now. You didn't quarantine, you didn't call for help, you just tried to work until you couldn't. When that moment came, you lay down, and others carried on. Children were fed, animals were fed, you were given broth maybe, and a few murmured prayers. Sometimes illness passed. The fever broke. The swelling went down. You walked again, slowly, with a new limp and a deeper respect for warm soup. Other times it didn't, and your family lit a candle. Plague, in the broader sense, wasn't always the dramatic kind that left bodies in carts. More often, it was a slow infection, skin turning dark, limbs swelling, a cough deep enough to rattle the walls. Smallpox, leprosy, dysentery. Even the flu could sweep through a village and leave half the population in bed. There were no case numbers, no charts, just stories. A traveller from another village said the cough had started there last week, or someone heard that 3 children had died near the river. You paid attention. You started boiling more water. You left herbs under the door. You kept your distance, even if no one said why. Death was not always feared, but it was recognised. People knew when it was near. They knew the signs. Breathing that slowed, skin that cooled, eyes that turned dull. There were prayers for the dying, soft ones, whispered by firelight. When the Black Death finally did arrive in the 14th century, it hit with a violence that dwarfed everything before it. But by then, the world was already familiar with sickness. The idea that you could be well in the morning and gone by night was not new. It was just happening more often. The plague came in waves, and each time it returned stronger, stranger. Buboes swelling in the neck and groin, fever that stole the mind, blood that darkened and bubbled. People died in days, sometimes in hours. Entire villages vanished. Fields went untilled. Bells rang too often. Some peasants tried to flee, but disease travels faster than feet. Others turned to religion, doubling their prayers, whipping their backs, promising to live better if they were spared. A few turned to violence, blaming outsiders, blaming sinners, blaming anyone but the wind. The church offered explanations and comfort and burial. Monks died in droves. Priests vanished. In some places, death became so common that the funerals were skipped. Bodies were buried in mass graves, often without names. And yet, life continued. People learned how to survive around sickness. They accepted it the way they accepted hunger or cold, not joyfully, but with a kind of tired resilience. They cleaned their homes more often. They shared herbs. They whispered new prayers. Some believed that surviving one sickness gave them protection against the next. Others didn't believe at all, but they got up anyway and milked the cow. Children grew up learning which plants to avoid, which ones to chew, and which ones to boil until they stopped smelling like feet. They knew how to wrap a wound, how to wait out a fever, how to tell when someone wasn't going to get better, and when you should stop hoping. And through it all, they didn't stop living. They married, they harvested, they shared meals, such as they were. They sat by the fire and retold stories of the last illness and the time someone's grandfather survived a winter fever with nothing but garlic water and stubbornness. Plague wasn't the end of the world. It was just another part of it. And for those who endured, survival became its own kind of resistance. A quiet, stubborn refusal to go quietly. A belief that tomorrow would come. And if it didn't, someone else would remember your name. Or at least the way you always added rosemary to the broth. Night in the medieval countryside wasn't peaceful. It was silent in the way a cave is silent. Full of creaks, distant sounds, and the kind of quiet that makes you notice how loudly your own body exists. The day ended when the light failed, and everything that wasn't already put away had to be dealt with quickly. Because once darkness fell, the world shrank to the size of your hearth. There was no artificial light, no candles burning freely into the night. Wax was too valuable. If you had a tallow lamp, it was reserved for emergencies or religious devotions. Most nights, the fire dimmed, the coals glowed softly, and that was all. And so you slept. But not in the way we think of sleep. Not in a single, unbroken stretch. Sleep in the Middle Ages came in 2 acts. First sleep, then a waking period, and finally a second sleep. This rhythm wasn't accidental. It was how people adapted to the long, lightless hours between dusk and dawn. You would drift into your first sleep not long after nightfall. The fire would be banked, the animals would have quieted, children would be hushed, The home, one room, maybe two, would stretch out into stillness. If you had a mattress, it was stuffed with straw or feathers, possibly lumpy, often shared. If you didn't, you slept on woven rushes or directly on the earth, softened only by habit. Everyone slept together. Family, relatives, even servants, all in one shared space. Not out of closeness, but out of necessity. It was the only warm room in the house. On the coldest nights, even animals were brought inside. A goat near the door, a dog curled by the hearth, chickens in a basket. Warmth was more important than boundaries. There was no privacy. The idea of sleeping alone was associated with punishment, not comfort. The rich might afford solitude. Everyone else just made do. You turned to face the wall. You stuffed straw in your ears. You shared blankets. You breathed in each other's breath. And if someone snored, and someone always did, you got used to it. First, sleep lasted a few hours. Then, almost like clockwork, people would wake. It wasn't disturbing. It was expected. During this time, often around midnight, the world was still and quiet. Some people prayed. Others stirred the coals. Some used the chamber pot or stepped outside into the freezing air. Some reflected. Others whispered. It was a time of dreams too, vivid ones. People believed this midnight space opened a thin veil between the living and the dead, between the sacred and the mundane. If you dreamed during this waking interval, you remembered it, and you talked about it the next morning, not in passing, but as something that mattered. Eventually, the second sleep began, deeper, slower. This was the sleep that healed, or tried to. It was when the aches faded slightly, when the day's blisters cooled. If you were lucky, it was uninterrupted. If you weren't, you simply lay still and waited for dawn to give you an excuse to rise. The home didn't go silent at night, not entirely. The fire crackled. Wind whispered through the thatch. A baby might fuss. A cow might shuffle its hooves. Sometimes the night was broken by coughing, the wet, rattling kind that never seemed to end. And everyone noticed, but no one said anything. It was understood. The fear of the dark was real, and not irrational. The night carried real dangers, both imagined and entirely physical. Wolves, for instance. In some regions, their howls came close enough to the village to raise hairs on the back of your neck. They weren't just creatures of legend. They were real and hungry. Then there were thieves, rogues, strangers, fires that started from a careless coal, roofs that groaned under snow, and less explainable things. Ghosts, spirits, demons, witches. You didn't talk about them openly, but you knew they were out there. To protect the household, you followed rituals. You placed iron by the door, made the sign of the cross above the hearth, whispered protective blessings over the straw mattress, hung herbs, rosemary, sage, rue, above entryways. Sometimes you tied a bit of string around a child's wrist, just in case. Even with protection, some families believed that sleep left you vulnerable, that the soul wandered while the body rested. So people tucked in carefully, covered mirrors, faced the bed toward the fire, avoided sleeping with their feet pointed toward the door. The cold was its own enemy. It seeped through walls, through thatch, through poorly sealed doors. People didn't sleep under mounds of blankets. They layered wool, fur, cloaks, tunics. The idea of undressing for bed would have seemed absurd. You slept in your clothes, sometimes in your boots. There was a comfort to sleeping next to others, but also discomfort. Someone always shifted. Someone always murmured. There were elbows, knees, the occasional surprise from the family dog. But this was normal. You didn't expect silence. You expected closeness. And in that closeness, you found a strange kind of security. You heard your father breathe, your child twitch, your grandmother mutter a prayer in her sleep. It wasn't peaceful, but it was human. It was shared. When you dreamed, your dreams mattered. A field of wheat might mean prosperity. A snake, illness. A broken tooth could mean death. You learned to interpret these things. Or you found someone who could. The village had dream readers. Not officially, but everyone knew who to ask. The church had its own ideas. It warned that some dreams were from the devil. That sleep was a time when temptation could slip in. You were told to pray before bed, to avoid certain thoughts, to keep your soul ready in case the night was your last. Because it could be. People went to sleep and didn't wake up. Illness could take hold while you rested. A fever could rise. A cough could deepen. And by morning, someone might be gone. Quietly, as if stolen. This uncertainty gave every morning a slightly reverent tone. When the light returned, and the rooster cried out, and the coals were stirred back to life, it meant you'd survived again. You sat up slowly. Every joint reminded you of your age, no matter how young you were. The cold bit your nose. You wiped your face. You looked around and counted bodies. Everyone who stirred was accounted for. Everyone who didn't was checked on. And then, once the living were confirmed, the day began. Water was fetched, bread was prepared, animals were fed. The dream you had, if it was important, was shared, and the memory of the night faded, not erased, just softened, folded into the next stretch of time. In winter, sleep came early and stayed late. In summer, it shortened, but the rhythm remained. First sleep, a waking hour. Second sleep, a world without clocks, but not without routine. And for all its discomfort, there was something grounding in that rhythm. Something honest. You didn't aim for comfort. You aimed for endurance. And if you happened to find rest along the way, a moment of warmth, a particularly quiet night, a dream that didn't leave you afraid, that was a gift. One you didn't question. One you didn't expect again too soon. Some years, you're simply hungry. Other years, you're in a famine. It's not the same. Hunger is manageable. It has rules. You stretch food. You ration. You hope. But famine breaks the rules. It's when the fields fail, the root cellar is bare, and there's no more pretending that next week will be better. It's when food becomes an idea more than a substance. In a medieval village, you often saw it coming. It started in the spring. Too much rain, or none. The barley came up patchy. The beans flowered, then browned. The cabbages cracked open too early. The wheat heads stayed stunted, bowed like they were already mourning something. You noticed. Everyone did. At first no one said it, but the looks were exchanged, the calculations made, quietly, internally. How much is left from last year? How much seed can we keep? How much can we afford to eat? The answers were never good. The hardest part was knowing what to do next. Not in winter, but in summer. Because that's when you had to choose between planting the seeds or grinding them into flour, between saving for a harvest that might never come, or feeding your child one more bowl of something warm. And so the portions began to shrink. The stew got thinner. The bread got smaller. The bowls didn't come back empty. They just came back less often. You didn't panic. Not yet. You told yourself this happened once before, or that another village might have extra, or that the manor stores could fill in the gaps. Hope was still on the table, just not much else. By August, it became harder to ignore. By September, it became impossible. You stopped feeding the animals first. Chickens were quiet. The goat's bleating grew hollow. The dog, if you had one, stopped barking and started following you more closely, like it understood it was next. Bread became ritual. One loaf split 5 ways. Everyone chewed slower. No one commented on the crust. Even the smallest crumb was swept up with reverence. The stew was now mostly water. If it had colour, it was from the pot. You boiled weeds. You ground roots. You pulled up things you didn't recognise and hoped they weren't poisonous. Some weren't. You didn't sleep through the night. Not because you were afraid, but because your stomach reminded you, every few hours, that it was still empty. The children asked fewer questions. That's how you knew it was real. They didn't ask when the bread was coming. They didn't ask for honey. They didn't beg for stories. They sat close to the fire and stared. They learned how to wait. And your neighbours? You stopped seeing them outside. The village quieted. No more laughter in the lane. No more arguments about sheep. Just the occasional cough or crack of firewood. Famine didn't make people cruel. It made them silent. Sometimes someone would bring back a rabbit, or a bird, or a handful of acorns that could be soaked and ground. You chewed them even when they still tasted bitter. You smiled anyway. Not because it tasted good, but because it was something. You tried not to resent the manor. Sometimes they gave grain. Sometimes they didn't. The steward came around less. That was good and bad. Good, because he wasn't there to take anything. Bad, because he wasn't there to help either. His silence said more than words ever could. The church did what it could. Bread after mass. Alms for the poorest. But they too were stretched. You prayed more. Not out of faith, but out of repetition. Words are easy when your hands are too tired to do anything else. Some left the village entirely, packed up and wandered to find work or food or God. Some returned. Some didn't. You never asked what happened. You were too tired. The body changes in famine. You feel your ribs first, not from the outside, but from within, like they're too close to your skin. You stand up slower. You bruise easier. You wake up with your hands clenched, like they're still gripping tools you can't afford to use anymore. And the cold hurts more. The fire is your best friend. You spend more time tending it than you ever did cooking on it. You sit close. You sleep facing it. You feed it even as your belly goes empty. Because heat is the one luxury you can still provide. By now you've eaten everything that could be eaten. The roots, the weeds, the dried beans, the stale flour. You've boiled bones 3 times over. You've soaked bark. You've baked famine bread that cracked your tooth. And when the food was gone, you looked to the things that weren't food, but might become food in the right light. Leather, boiled and salted. Not delicious. Not satisfying, but technically chewable. You found a rat once. You didn't scream. You thanked God. Then you hid it. Cooked it alone, told no one. You still feel guilty. But you don't regret it. The dreams become strange. You dream of feasts. Tables full of roast and bread and wine. You wake up chewing your tongue. You dream of boiling things over and over, even though you haven't boiled anything in 3 days. You dream of animals coming back, of green shoots breaking through snow. You dream of your childhood, when hunger was simpler, And some nights you dream of being full. You wake from those crying. The graveyard grew slowly at first, then quickly, then too quickly to keep up. You knew someone had died when the church bell didn't ring. It meant there weren't enough hands to lift the rope. The grave was shallow. The prayer was short. The mourning was silent. Everyone had their own hunger to manage. You wanted to mourn, but you couldn't afford the emotion. You held it back, like everything else. Then, like every famine, it ended. Not suddenly, but steadily. Rain came, and it stayed. The ground softened. Seeds germinated. Plants reached up, weak but real. You had enough energy to hope again. You saved the first harvest for others. Children first. Elders next. You took the smallest bowl. You smiled as you passed it. And when the first good loaf came out of the oven, cracked on top, dark on the bottom, you stared at it before you ate. You remembered every day you went without, every trick you used, every lie you told to spare someone else. You ate slowly, and this time it filled you. By the time you could walk, the church had already marked you. It had taken your name at baptism, blessed your breath with Latin you'd never understand, and stitched your soul into a system that extended far beyond your village. You belonged to the church not because you chose to, but because there wasn't another option. In the quiet corners of your life, those dim early mornings before the fire had caught, those wet nights when the wind howled through the shutters, you felt its presence like gravity. It didn't just exist beside your life. It organised it, judged it, taxed it, forgave it, and defined what came after it. The church wasn't a place you visited. It was the air around you, the road beneath your feet, the rhythm of your year. It was the voice that murmured over your grave, and the one that whispered about it decades before you got there. The village priest, often the only person who could read, was not just your confessor. He was also your calendar, your counsellor, and the nearest thing to an oracle you had. He held the mysteries of the sky and the stories of the saints, and knew why a pig might die or a storm might come. He walked through the village like a man carrying both blessing and threat in his robes. You brought your sins to him in whispers, hoping he wouldn't look disappointed. You tried not to think about what he knew. You saw him at birth, marriage, and death, three of the only guaranteed ceremonies of a peasant's life. And in between, he spoke for a God you feared more than you loved, because love, you were told, required obedience. Latin was the language of the Mass, and it might as well have been a spell. You stood in the church beside your family, feet numb from cold, listening to words that never belonged to you. You didn't know what the priest said as he lifted the bread, but you believed, or tried to, that something invisible had happened. That the bread wasn't bread, that the wine wasn't wine, that the murmuring of words and gestures could move the divine. You didn't speak the words, but they moved through you anyway. You mouthed along where you could. You crossed yourself when the others did. You learned the rhythm of holiness like someone learns the path to a well, without understanding every step, only that you needed it. The church told you when to fast and when to feast. It carved the year into sacred pieces. Lent, Advent, Epiphany, All Saints. You didn't say March or April. You said after Easter or near St. Michael's. It told you what you could eat, when you could eat it, and how guilty you should feel about enjoying it. 40 days without meat before Easter, followed by a feast so rich it made you dizzy. Friday fish, even if you lived nowhere near water. Almond milk for the wealthy. Turnips and cold broth for everyone else. On saint days, you shared what you could. On fast days, you imagined what you couldn't. But even when your bowl was empty, your plate was full of rules. Your calendar wasn't just for prayer, it was also for payment. The church collected 1/10 of your yield, no matter the season. Grain, eggs, wool, chickens, cider. If it came from your field or your body, it had a price. You gave because it was God's portion. That's what you were told. But God didn't collect it. The priest did. Or the steward, with his ledgers and his silent nods. You watched your best barley carted off to the tithe barn, which was always bigger than your home. You saw your neighbours hand over their last sack of oats, while the priest prayed for mercy they'd just paid for. And when the harvest failed, when the rains came too late, or the frost too early, the demand didn't change. You owed what you owed. Sometimes they let you pay in candles or labour. Sometimes they didn't. Sometimes the debt grew so heavy it bent your back even when you stood upright. But the church didn't just take. It gave too, though not always in the way you wanted. It gave stories. It gave structure. It gave reasons. When your cow died without cause, the priest told you which saint to pray to. When your child fell ill, he told you it might be a test or a punishment or the devil slipping in through a crack in your belief. He offered blessings and sacraments, told you to light a candle or visit a shrine. Sometimes he gave you a scrap of relic, an old bone, a tooth, a ribbon soaked in some forgotten martyr's blood. You held it like treasure. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes it didn't. But even when it didn't, it was better than nothing. There were saints for everything. Saint Apollonia for teeth. Saint Isidore for ploughing. Saint Sebastian for plague. You didn't know where they were buried or when they lived. You only knew their names and what they could fix. Their stories were half memory, half magic, told in flickering firelight by people who weren't sure where truth ended and legend began. You called on them when you had nothing else. You whispered their names as you stirred the pot or knelt in the field. You made deals with them, promised bread or fasting, or a pilgrimage if only they'd help you this once. Sometimes they did, or seemed to, and that was enough to ask again. Pilgrimage was a holy journey, but also a way to leave. For a few days, you stepped outside the same 5 miles you'd lived your entire life. You walked roads you didn't know, toward shrines you'd only heard of. You carried your prayers with you, strapped to your back, clutched in your hands. You slept under hedges or in the corners of barns. You arrived footsore and raw, stood before a bone or a statue, and hoped something would shift inside you. Sometimes it did. You returned not healed, but changed, or at least tired enough to believe you had been. Even death was a ritual choreographed by the church. When you felt it near, you sent for the priest. He came with oil and words. He touched your forehead, prayed over your body, tried to ease your soul into what came next. Your family gathered. The candles were lit. The bell might ring if someone had the strength. You were buried on sacred ground, beside others who had walked the same path. And then came the masses. Your family lit more candles, paid for prayers, hoped the priest remembered your name in his chants. Because even in death, there were debts. The church taught that your soul might not go straight to heaven. It might linger in purgatory, a shadowed hallway between suffering and salvation. You could wait there for years, or centuries, or longer, unless someone helped, unless someone prayed, paid, lit enough candles, said your name often enough to pull you through. And so your family paid what they could. The poor gave bread, the rich gave land, all to shorten a stay in a place no one had seen, but everyone feared. Because fear too was part of the church's gift. The church explained the world when no one else could. It told you why the rains failed, why your child didn't wake, why illness took the young and spared the cruel. It told you that suffering had purpose, that obedience had reward. It gave you structure in the middle of chaos, and that structure, even when it burdened you, gave you peace. Not comfort, always, but peace. You never questioned the church's power. Not seriously, not out loud. You might grumble about the tithe or curse when the priest looked the other way, but you never stopped showing up. You didn't stop kneeling. You didn't stop crossing yourself when the bell rang. Because if the church wasn't right, then the world had no shape at all. And a world with no shape was a terrifying thing. Even when the priest drank too much. Even when the bishop demanded too many taxes. Even when the indulgent seller passed through town with a cart full of promises and a purse full of coins. You still believed, or you acted like you did, which, in the end, was mostly the same, because belief was less about what you thought than what you did. You didn't understand the Latin, but you understood the structure. You stayed inside it because it was the only way forward. And when you died, you hoped the bells would ring, and the candles would burn, and your name would be said often enough to matter. You hoped the saints still listened. You hoped your sins had been counted and forgiven in equal measure. You hoped the church, in all its weight and mystery and dust and gold, would carry you the rest of the way. You might think that after everything they endured, after the famines and plagues, after the tithes and taxes and the heavy boot of the manor's authority, peasants would have risen up more often, that the weight of centuries of suffering would have built up until it cracked the walls of their villages, until one cold morning the frost would thaw and something inside them would snap. You might think they would have gathered in fields and marketplaces, tools in hand and fire in their hearts, shouting that they would kneel no longer. But they didn't. Not often, not for long, and never all at once. There were revolts, yes, the peasants' revolt in England in 1381, the Jacquerie in France a few decades earlier. Small uprisings scattered across Europe like stones thrown into a still pond. Angry voices in places where the lords had taken too much, pushed too hard, taxed one coin too many. Sometimes the spark caught. A tax collector's house burned. A steward run out of town. A banner lifted. But those fires burned fast and were snuffed out even faster. They ended in executions, in gallows built in village squares, in silence heavier than the one that came before. The world didn't change. The grain still had to be sown. To understand why peasants didn't revolt more, you have to stop thinking of them as naive or cowardly. They weren't. They were survivors. Not of single tragedies, but of unbroken hardship, sustained year after year. They lived in a world of low ceilings, where hope was something rationed like grain. They didn't lack courage, they lacked margin. In a life where every day was spent just trying to keep the roof patched and the soup warm, there was no space left for rebellion. You could plan a revolt, or you could dig potatoes. You couldn't do both. The truth was, the system worked. Not because it was at all kind or efficient, but because it was ancient. It had sunk its roots into the habits of generations. It didn't need to be explained. It simply was. You owed labour. You owed grain. You owed the church its tenth and the Lord his harvest. You owed a quiet nod when the reeve passed your door. You were born into that owing, and unless you were exceptionally lucky, you died in it too. But by staying within those bounds, you could survive. Barely, yes, but you could. The cost of stepping outside those rules was too high. The manor had soldiers, the church had excommunication. The king had no idea you existed, but he had laws that still bound you like rope. The penalty for defiance wasn't always death. Sometimes it was worse. Banishment, starvation. Your family left to carry the debt you tried to escape. Everyone had heard a story. A father taken. A mother whipped. A cousin who disappeared after refusing to pay. The stories were passed down not to stir rebellion, but to prevent it. Besides, rebellion often didn't feel like an option, because the people you lived beside were not strangers. They were your kin, your neighbours. You shared fields, tools, fences and prayers. Even if you hated the steward, you might still marry his daughter. Even if you resented the tithe, you still brought bread to mass. The village wasn't a place you could leave easily, nor was it one you could tear apart without tearing yourself apart in the process. To revolt against the manor was, in some small way, to revolt against the rhythms of your own life. It's easy, centuries later, to imagine the peasant as a figure of eternal submission, head bowed, hat in hand. But this picture misses the complexity of their world. Submission wasn't servitude, it was negotiation. Most peasants did not simply suffer. They adapted, they bartered, they bent. They found cracks in the walls and made homes in the spaces between the rules. A pig kept off the ledger, an extra sack of rye buried in the earth, a bribe given in eggs rather than coin. These were the rebellions they could afford. They were practical people. Their world was not governed by ideology, but by weather. The question was not what is just, but will this feed us through winter? And justice, if it ever came, was a luxury they didn't trust. Lords changed, priests were replaced, rules shifted, but the wind still blew, the soil still needed turning, and children still cried from hunger. You didn't revolt against that. You endured it. The church played its part too, and perhaps more effectively than the sword. It taught that suffering was holy, that endurance was righteous, that the meek would inherit the earth, though it never said when. You were taught that your trials were not punishment, but purification, that your obedience would be rewarded not in this life, but in the next. And if the promise of heaven wasn't enough, the threat of hell filled in the rest. Fire, torment, gnashing of teeth, all waiting for the proud, the rebellious, the ones who said no. And yet, the peasants were not passive. Their resistance was just quieter. They gossiped about the steward. They sang rude songs about the Lord's habits. They laughed when the priest stumbled on a sermon. They told stories at night of better days and better men. They found dignity in the smallest acts, a shared crust, a well-timed silence, a field tended just a little differently than the rule book said. Their rebellion was in the way they survived, despite it all. Not because they accepted the system, but because they made it bend just enough to let them breathe. Sometimes, of course, things changed. A lord died, and his son was kinder. A new bishop forgave debts. A terrible storm reminded the powerful that even they were mortal. But those changes came from above. The peasant's job was to wait, to endure, to hand down what little they had, and to teach their children to be quiet when they had to be, and brave when they could be. And there were dreams. Of course there were. You might not have called it revolution, but you thought about a different life. You dreamed of a day when your child wouldn't have to carry the same burdens, when no one would knock on your door with a list of dues, when your back wouldn't ache before 30, when you could sleep without worrying about wolves or soldiers or winter. Those dreams kept you going, but they lived beside reality. You didn't expect them to come true. You just needed them to stay alive. What's perhaps most astonishing is not that peasants revolted so rarely, but that they managed to keep their culture, their faith, their families intact despite the weight of the system pressing down on them. They kept songs alive that no one wrote down. They passed stories from one hearth to the next. They remembered which plants healed and which ones didn't. They taught one another how to pray, how to birth children, how to bury the dead. They created a continuity that outlasted kings and crusades. And they did it not with banners or battles, but with persistence. Persistence was their rebellion. When the manner demanded too much, they survived anyway. When the church taxed their sins, they still lit candles. When the world turned against them, they huddled close and waited for spring. The fields may have belonged to someone else, but the soil still remembered their hands. Revolution didn't live in them the way it would in later centuries, in the speeches of radicals or the slogans of crowds. But there was a different kind of strength in the way they endured. To live a life of hardship without letting it harden you completely was its own kind of defiance. To kneel, not because you were weak, but because you knew you could rise again tomorrow. That, too, was a form of resistance. And so they endured, quietly, without monuments or songs written in their names. They endured in the rhythm of the plough, in the smoke rising from cottages at dusk, in the lullabies sung beside dying fires. They endured in stories whispered to children who would grow up and tell them again. History often forgets them, or folds them into a footnote beneath kings and conquests. But the peasants were the thread that held the tapestry together. Without them, there would have been no harvests, no cathedrals, no armies to march under banners. They built the world even as they were kept from owning it. They may not have overturned their lords, but they outlasted them. And maybe that is revolution enough.